Up on dark, the world's best, preparing for Punta Roca in Govea. This is about at 5:25 this morning. Ryan Callanan getting his stretches done. Liam O'Brien also one of the first guys out. Kirra Pinkerton, you can almost barely see her there. Sun's not even up. Snake's looking at it with Sawyer Lindblad. Al's trying to find a spot with Snake. Edgard Grangia, the rookie on tour, along with the wild card, Alyssa Spencer, getting their warm-ups in. Nadia Arostarbe in the first heat of the morning to take on Sawyer Lindblad and Kirra Pinkerton. Now seeing the sun come up. There was an earlier call time this morning for the best in the world to take advantage of this better tide. We'll see some action already in the elimination round. People will be packing their bags and heading out of El Salvador today. Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge. We always have more intensity, obviously, when the elimination rounds start to begin, but nothing worse than an ER loss. It's going to be pretty intense this morning.
Definitely. I think the stress of being in the elimination round is definitely there. I think some women and men would have been going to bed last night just kind of recapping what they did during the day, how they're going to turn that around this morning. There's still some energy in the lineup, Joe. I'm really liking what I'm seeing. Let's get more perspective on our conditions this morning as we say buenos dias to Mitchell Salazar with Levi Slauson.
Buenos dias, Guy. The highest-ranked North American surfer on the Challenger Series last year, Levi Slauson. You get the wild card. First of all, congratulations for being here, but sharing this moment with your family, what's it been like, Levi?
Yeah, it's been great. Yeah, just being here in El Salvador is amazing. This place is epic, and yeah, of course, sharing it like with my friends and family down here has been really nice for me, and yeah, just enjoying the place overall and the atmosphere of all the best surfers in the world, and yeah, just being around it and getting the vibes is pretty sick, so I'm enjoying every bit of it.
So women's elimination round, men's elimination round, you're going to be in Heat 2. What's the biggest difference you've seen from both the QS, the Challenger Series, and of course now the Championship Tour that you've been here?
Yeah, the waves are really fun today. I think the main differences between the three is probably just the level of surfers, of course, and then the mistakes you make in heats really affect you. So it's just minimizing those mistakes and capitalizing on opportunity, and yeah, and then just pushing the level with everybody. So that's the goal.
Best of luck. Have fun out there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch. And great to hear from Levi Slauson, wildcard call-up into his first CT event. We got to see him perform at Punta Roca, and he had some great points, some big snaps in the pocket. Couple little mistakes, though, that he identified as well that he's going to try to work through in the elimination round this morning. We are starting with the women. Sawyer Lindblad, Nadia Arostarbe, Kirra Pinkerton have Punta Roca all to themselves. It's third place that is eliminated. Top two are reseeded back into the round of 16. And Rosie, how dramatic was it last night? Sawyer Lindblad had the 7.17 early. With 2 minutes to go, she started running around the lineup trying to find some space, not even looking for a 2-point ride, and couldn't find it.
Yeah, I mean, Sawyer was a standout yesterday with the 717. I think that was one of the highest waves of the entire round. That was the first wave ridden in that heat, and then to sit that entirety and then scramble for, a sub 2-point ride is really a hard thing for a competitor. So I'm hoping, Sawyer obviously comes in, has a little chat with Snake, kind of thinking about how she can recalibrate and really apply the pressure early this morning and make sure that she gets that backup wave.
Seeing some fun waves here in 2 to 3 foot plus range. A little bit bigger on some sets that hopefully we'll get a few of those in this matchup. Nadia Arostarbe out in the water in blue had a similar type of situation, and not with chasing a score at the end as dramatic as Sawyer, but she actually got third with the highest number of her heat as well. The goofy footer from the Basque Country had a 6-point ride and ended up still having to deal with the elimination round today.
And there's a bit of confidence that comes out of that. I think for these surfers, when they look at what happened, what went right, what went wrong, I think the thing for Nadia is that, hey, I had the highest number. I was in a really stacked heat. how do I just kind of replicate that similar performance today and just make sure that I'm creating opportunities for myself.
And Kirra Pinkerton, #1 on the North American QS rankings, 2 wins in this past season at the Jax Pro and also at the US Air Force Supergirl Pro. We've seen her for many years. I mean, when you think about the World Junior Championship, she won that in 2018. She was only 16 years of age at the time.
She's definitely someone that we've kind of watched. We know that she's coming. She's someone that is such a standout. I think for Kirra, her surfing isn't the problem. I think it's maybe just tightening up in heats because she's so talented. But I think it's a matter of time before we see Kirra really lock into her potential as a competitive surfer.
It's really fun to watch who comes out of San Clemente, you know, because it's not just the depth, you know, we're talking about the numbers. That's really been the theme for the last, you know, decade or so, of just providing so many big names that are knocking on the door or competing on the championship tour. But there's a lot of different types of styles. You know, everyone's pretty unique. You know, Kirra doesn't surf like Sawyer. Kirra surfs like her own version of herself, you know, coming from a great surfing family. And she definitely put everybody on notice when she got that big wave in the Mentawais years back.
And I also think that's another thing for Kirra. When you start competing so young, you feel like that's the only track in life that you can take, the competitive track. Where Kirra, I think, is just, finding different facets of her surfing. She really likes bigger waves. We've seen her charge them in Mentawais, like you mentioned. So just enjoying surfing as a whole, as we see maybe some action out the back. The women have spotted something.
Birds flying by, getting a front row seat. Thanks for being with us. If you're just joining us, it looks fun out there. Real glassy conditions. Contest called on right away with a 2 to 3 foot plus size and surf. And these three are just pushing each other deeper up the point here at Punta Roca. At the start of each heat, it's up to these surfers who wants to be the deepest. They can sometimes paddle each other out of position. We've seen that happen a lot. But there have been some waves rolling underneath them. We'll see who makes the adjustment. Big thanks to Mike Watson from Surfline, giving us the updates on our Surfline forecast throughout the last couple of weeks or so. We will have our first wave. It's Kirra Pinkerton, #1 on the QS for North America. Just setting up a nice turn to get down the line. More committed wrap on the second effort. Pinkerton lights up the lip with some power and punches out the whitewater. A great start for Kirra. Threw down a serious major off the lip, showing some power, and she'll be the only regular footer in this heat. And she might be able to pick different types of waves that will really favor her type of surfing.
Great style, lots of speed on that wave. It's a good wave just to settle the nerves. A couple hammers in the pocket there. Good way to get the heat underway for her.
Sawyer Lindblad takes a look, ends up holding her position. We kept comparing her heat to Crosby's yesterday because they had such a similar situation unfold. Nice clean wave setting up now for our surfer from the Basque Country. Already a couple of nice backhand turns. Now dealing with the whitewater on her heels, just resetting. Trying to find her flow again. Carve, more off the lip. And reaching for the backhand float. She will fall in the finish. Nadia Arostarbe was able to get some Olympic training last year. Made the quarterfinals in the Olympic Games at Teahupo. Had a stellar challenger season all at the same time. A very busy year for Nadia. Surfed at Pipeline. Joanna Fay came back to compete at Abu Dhabi and then Portugal, and then announced that she'd be taking the rest of the year off. As we look at Sawyer with an overhead section, throwing some water off that first backhand wrap and harder off the lip, but just slips off on a very important turn.
Oh man, I was just like watching Sawyer lock into that wave. Your competitors have all had a wave. The biggest set that we've seen in the heat comes through, and unfortunately for her, she goes down. And that's one of the elements here at Punta Roca that you've got to be very aware of. The water's extremely warm, so you want that tropical wax on your surfboard, but also the rocks have a slickness to them that can kind of create a siltiness on your feet. So maybe Sawyer falling victim to that right there. That wave was shaping up so nasty for her, but also that little bit of double up in the face was tricky to contend with. First maneuver, you can see it's got a bit of chop up the face, a couple ribs. Oh, and just right there, the fins kind of disengage. I'm not sure if that was more hitting the chop and the fins disengaging, or if it was kind of the foot slipping off the wax. Could have been a combination of both. This wave was lining up so nasty for Sawyer.
Segunda fuerte, perdía un poquito el control del pie trasero, no completaba.
And that's probably a reflection of how Sawyer was feeling as soon as she felt that foot kind of slip and the fins disengage.
Yeah, Jake Patterson is just feeling that fall, the importance of landing that maneuver. We've seen a couple of these heats just with a few sets, so you never know if you're going to get another chance. Sawyer will be second priority, Nadia third in the rotation. And we saw how things went last night, chasing a 1-point range score and couldn't find it at the end. So she's probably trying to get a quicker start with top 2 waves to make sure that she's in the round of 16. Now back to the Surfline forecast. Into day 3 of the waiting period, we've had some holds on the low tide the last couple of days. Big thanks to Mike Watson sending us the reports. We kind of knew right away that we'd be running some big heats the first 3 days of the waiting period.
Yeah, we've made the most of it, and we know that there's a bit of energy that's still to come here at Punta Roca. It's been fun to see the waves that have been on offer, and we've made the most of it, Joe, I'd have to say.
Yeah, we certainly have. Looking at clean conditions this morning as well, in that 3 to 4 foot range on the face. Then going to more of an onshore flow, stronger onshore flow this afternoon.
Yeah, and I like the fact that we're really taking advantage of this early morning, kind of soft cross-shore conditions as that wind starts to pick up later in the afternoon, and making the most of this little bump of energy that we have left.
Today's Friday, so we're heading into the weekend. It's looking like 2 to 4 tomorrow, then back to 3 to 4. So a lot of similar looking days. Seeing just light on shore, which isn't too bad, and just getting a little stronger in the afternoon. Kind of seems like one of those events where we're going to wake up and check it and just kind of work around the tides. Kirra now getting started. Little racetrack wall is starting to open up. Clean bottom turn and a beautiful slice into the pocket. Punches out that section with the slide and hammers it again. Late to the end section float, but some beautiful turns from Pinkerton.
That is championship tour caliber surfing right there. I mean, even without that little end section make, I think Kirra, the work that she did on the outside there was just beautiful. You kind of draw similarities to Carissa Moore's style of surfing right there. The power, the rail engagement that she had on that wave was just super impressive.
There's an energy you feel when you watch someone surf, and it felt like she got better through these first couple combos here.
Yeah, and you just watch her footwork here. She starts to load up on this board, engages that rail, the whole wraparound of that maneuver straight into that slice, tail slide. Does so well to recover and get into that third one. I mean, she almost could have just kicked out after that third turn. Just watch how knifey she gets on this one. Sliding that tail around, does well to recover her footwork too. You can see her kind of shuffling her feet, getting back in position, going straight up for that second maneuver. Really like that from Kirra Pinkerton. Undoubtedly the best number this morning. She's already got the 5.5 locked in.
I'm with you, Rosie. It's going to be better than the 5.5. A 6.67 is in now for Kirra Pinkerton. What a start for the wild card. And what a season it's been, winning the North American QS rankings. And there's some contenders that she's been dealing with all season long, and a lot of experience as well. As we now see the international panel on their reaction to that score. Drop the high and the low, average the middle 3, 6.67.
Yeah, I think I would have been more in line with the Australian judge there, but I think, you know, now that that 6.67 has been locked in, the rest of the waves that are surfed in this heat are definitely going to be compared to the surfing that was done on that wave.
Always setting the scale first thing in the morning. They definitely have their scale well thought out through a couple of days of competition. The judges are also here on dark. They're watching sets, seeing what's available in the water. And the first heat, they're just making their comparisons. So right now, Kirra's just been owning the scale so far. 2 best waves early in this matchup. And it's always a great sign when you see a surfer get, you know, mid-range score and then improve on their second decision from her 5.5 to 6.67. Kirra did get a CT wildcard years ago, kind of right after that World Junior title, and that tends to happen. Everyone's on notice. You're coming for the best in the world. That was when the U.S. Open was a CT event for the women back in the day. So she had a heat with Steph Gilmore, Sage Erickson. Those early call-ups are so valuable for your career, getting to, one, meet your heroes, and then see how your surfing compares.
Definitely. I mean, what an opportunity to kind of test your surfing against the best. We were just chatting to Levi Slauson earlier. He's another wild card in this event, and just how much you can absorb and learn in this experience, because there really is just a big difference from going from the junior events, the qualifying series, the challenge events. As soon as you get onto this big stage, I mean, you're learning so quickly.
A lot of fun names entering the heat draw at this event. For some, their CT debut. That's the case for Levi Slauson, who was chatting with Mitch this morning. Brian Perez, he's a familiar face. He's in the event every year here in El Salvador. Local boy, growing up right here on the rocks at Punta Roca, and he's made some noise over the years. Alyssa Spencer, we've seen her full-time on tour, as she's getting the call up with the announcement that Tatiana's taking the rest of the year off. Joanna Fay now on maternity leave. That's how we see Nadia Arostarbe in for the next few events till we get to the mid-season cut. If she has enough points, she can qualify for the back end of the season and the start of 2026. There's Brian Perez hanging out here in the scaffolding on his home break, breaking down the conditions. Had a fun rematch with Italo in the opening round, and his surfing looked great. Had some great big hammers in the pocket. Was going for a few errors on his finishes, at which he fell on. And if you guys saw that heat yesterday, you saw how nuts Italo went when he started landing those big backhand helicopters. So he'll regroup for the elimination round pretty quickly this morning.
Yeah, just sitting there with his coach Marcelo. And I really liked the surfing that Brian was doing yesterday. Such a stacked heat against Italo, and then George Patal was in there. Just they were going kind of wave for wave, him and Italo. And I think Brian just had a couple things he needs to tighten up, but he'll be looking good in the elimination round for sure.
Yeah, big day of surfing when you're making those eliminations here at Stop 4 of the season for Sawyer Lindblad. In this heat, she's the surfer that won Rookie of the Year last year. For Kirra, she's just trying to make a statement at this event. For Nadia, she's going to be working on points. Even though she's a replacement, she's really focused on being a full-timer at the moment, as she'll have this event, Bells, Snapper, and Margaret River to try to have enough points to make it through the mid-season cut. As we now have a great chance to say buenos dias to our amigo Strider Raspberry Wazalewski in the water. How's it going, Waz?
What's up, my brother? How are you guys? How's it in there?
It's just great to see your face, man. How's it feel to be in the ocean?
You know what? I think this is the first time I've been on the water mic since the year started, so I'm really excited.
You must be. That's your happy place, Waz.
This is my happy place. It's like, I mean, you get all the little elements. Like right now, we got the little ripples coming off the backwash, off the rocks. You saw Sawyer do that turn, catch an edge on one of those little ripples, so got to stay aware. Like, you know, tide's coming up, a lot of things happening, a lot of energy, a lot of people paddling around, like the girls watching them. They're, you know, checking each other out. It's pretty cool. That's really cool. So fun factor, we like hearing it from you. What are you seeing in the waves so far this morning? Well, honestly, it's super rippable when they come, when they arrive. They got a lot of energy, and they're really nice and thick, so they got a lot of power to them, so you got a lot of push. So you don't have to work hard to do your maneuver. So you can go from maneuver to maneuver in that lip line and really just destroy the corner, which is what the judges want to see.
When you look at this point break, Strider, of all the point breaks you've surfed in your life, are there any comparables that are coming to mind, or there's versions of other point breaks that people might relate to?
You know, I mean, a point break's, you know, a point break, so you've got that, the common theme of that long wall ahead of you, but to be honest, I like to just keep them on their own and exclusive. I mean, this Punta Roca it's its own little monster, right? You've got all the little elements. You got Mama Roca, you got the tide, you got the slippery rocks, and when it's on, and you know, we'll probably get to see that during this waiting period, where we're going to see these big long lines coming around the corner. You're going to have to pick the right wave, and you're also, the bigger, you know, the stronger the wave. It's like at J-Bay, it's really hard to surf the wave well, to put it together. So turn to turn each section and really just picking the wave apart is the hardest part. Really easy to go fast and straight, but hard to go straight up into that lip line with the, like, you know, what the judges want to see.
Strider, the sun comes up hot here, and so is the water. It's not even 7 in the morning yet.
I'm solar gazing.
You are, man. That's good for you. I've heard about that.
I'm working out the eye muscles out here. But the water's really warm. The air's, you know, it's actually kind of the perfect temperature in the morning. Midday, it's pretty color. It's hot. But, you know, right now it's good. I'm good. I'm happy.
We got a great view of you, Strider, of course, but also behind you, the scaffolding and the setup here at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. How much have you seen it change, you know, just with the infrastructure on the beach at this event?
When I got here, it kind of blew my mind. I went for a little walkabout, and I got into the athletes area. And they have these locks with codes just to get into your locker. It's like you're at the country club. And then you walk upstairs and there's a full spa. There's like facials going down, people getting massages, there's physios up there. And then the whole entire area has just been upgraded. So big thank you to El Salvador. You guys killed it. And we were always coming back.
Oh yeah, the easiest surf trip call ever. Strider, great to see you. Enjoy that lineup as he's posted up right next to the Red Bull ski as we now fly into the whole setup here at Punta Roca. This point break, the best on this coastline, but there's tons of waves to surf. And they're pretty easy to find as well. Sunzal just around the corner. That's where all the early competitions began. And still we have the longboard events there. There's a bunch of beach breaks, there's lefts. Something for everybody in this country, and there's a lot of new construction. There's a lot of hotels popping up. The president putting hundreds of millions of dollars into this stretch of beach here in La Libertad. And how about that Judges Tower? I would actually book accommodations in the Judges Tower. I went up there and they have everything they need to score the best in the world. Doing a great job.
That's a, yeah, 3-story Judges Tower, and we're the little white square right there. That's where our booth is. It is. This infrastructure is insane. It's so great. It's so good to be back and to be welcomed by Surf City. I saw a little pump track, skateboard track, like on the way in. They really have done such a great job of creating, you know, like an amusement park feel. But yeah, this wave is obviously the star of the show.
I saw that pump track. That looks so fun. It's kind of like when you come here, you're rubbernecking going, that's new, that's new. It's happening really fast. Roads that were kind of sketchy and had holes in it all of a sudden are paved, and it's really easy to get around. So yeah, big thanks to the locals once again. As you can see, 3 surfers in the lineup. This is the elimination round morning for the women and the men, all trying to avoid 3rd place on the women's side. It's an equal 17th that you're trying to avoid. And if you're keeping those results, it's really hard to get past the mid-season cut. We focus on the cut, but all these points are always around when you talk about the final 5. The last thing you want is to have that ER result from El Salvador affecting your chances for a world title. As we look at a nice clean backhand start from Nadiero Starbay. Nice flow, hitting the lip well, paced it into a big combination of vertical snaps back to back.
Powerful surfing there from Nadia, and just a way to get your heat going. The best way for her. She's got the 3.83 in her scoreline. You could tell that her and Kirra were looking at that wave and seeing a lot of potential on it for that 2-turn combo from Nadia. Man, that was good surfing.
Found her flow. Just easy to watch the start until she really started belting the lip.
Yeah, just jumps to her feet, gets going straight away. Couple tags on the outside, but really the meat of the score is going to come from these 2 turns that were super critical. Titan transition. Just loads up on this wave. You can tell as this wave grows down the line, just had a lot of power for her to kind of release that tail, go straight up into it again. Beautiful technique. Watch her eye line. She's kind of picked that pocket where she wants to hit it and places her surfboard right there. Gets low, touches the deck so that she can absorb all that energy as she hits the bottom again, straight into it again, kind of slingshots herself into that lip line.
Sawyer Lindblad driving into the first section. Nice control through the second turn. And getting there just in time for a finish. That was a tight space to fit that surfboard, and she got there to right away. And after opening up with a fall, she's been waiting for that settler to get a completion in.
And in contrast to Nadia's wave, Sawyer's was harder to surf. It had those sections down the line that she kind of had to tic-tac-toe through, but also I think that transition on that last turn was super impressive. As you see Sawyer trying to figure out where to place her maneuvers and still keep her speed, because she knows she's got a lot of work to do down the line. Still the eye line stays down the face of the wave, and there she really fits that turn in. Yeah, tricky wave to ride, and Sawyer did really well on this one. Finding some speed right there. I mean, that lip's already breaking, so to time it right, to get up and over it, but I think the main thing was staying on her feet and showing that she had completion and control.
Sometimes you're mind surfing with these surfers, well, all the time, and there just wasn't that obvious route to a clean lip or even a backhand float. The way she got there was really unique, and a job well done to right away. So her fall is not stinging as much on her opener, which was the 2.0. She kind of faded in the pocket, then fell on a bouncy section. Now Sawyer locking in 3 solid turns. Nadia Arrow Starbase scores in a 6.27, so Sawyer needs an 8.10 to go straight into the top 2. And Kirra still loving that brilliant start. The regular foot wild card from San Clemente, showing her power and control. Really tough first heat of the morning in the elimination round. And when we have tough heats, we always just gotta calm down and check in with our friend Chris Cote in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Hey, thanks team. Well, what better place to have a Groundhog Day than right here at Punta Roca? As you can see behind me, this is a mirror image of what we saw yesterday morning. We got the dog squad talking about breakfast. Al Cleveland Jr. here in his beanbag that's been reserved for him for this entire event. The only main difference that you can see and feel today, it's Elimination Day. I had the chance to talk to a couple of the coaches, talk to Leandro Dora and Jay Thompson, asking them basically what is the strategy difference between a normal heat and an elimination round. And they said it's more about the 3 surfers to 2 surfers. So the coaching strategy is more of the same for yesterday to today. The whole thing is don't go out there and try too much. Top 2 surfers will make it through this round. Obviously, you don't want to find yourself in that 3rd place. So it's about, you know, that strategy of just keeping things calm. Maybe don't push too much this early in the daytime, but make sure that you're in one of those top 2 spots. So there is nervous energy here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. There's also a lot of good, positive energy. You know, you have surfers coming down here to support the surfers that are in their camp. They're in this elimination round. So it's a pretty good mix. Jake Marshall, talking to Levi Slauson just earlier on, said, hey, brand new day, new heat, let's go.
Love it, Chris. Gosh, great report this morning. And it is interesting with just adding one more surfer in the water, how much it completely changes. Its rhythm, its rotation on sets. Coaches have everything so well thought out. And I think they're also just trying to eliminate the pressure, what Chris is kind of alluding to. Don't feel this daunting task of the elimination round. We can feel the drama of it from here. And they're trying to just keep them cool and comfortable to do their brand of surfing. With 9 minutes on the clock, Sawyer Lindblad chasing a 4.91 to move into the top 2.
What is the biggest challenge that you have being a surfing girl?
It's just really scary when you're in a lineup and it's only dudes out and they're like, you can like feel their dude energy, masculine energy or whatever you want to call it, but you can feel it when you're the only girl. But the way to overcome it, I guess, is just surf with your friends. Like my biggest inspiration was my friends growing up.
Nosotros estamos trabajando muchísimo para poder colocar a la mujer en un mayor posicionamiento en el surfing en El Salvador y obviamente Rising Tides es clave para esto y las chicas del tour inspiran a nuestras surfistas.
Es súper bueno porque es cierto, antes solo habían hombres surfeando y ahora hay bastantes chicas incluso en la federación y es súper bueno para el futuro de las personas que surfean y del país.
When I was growing up, I kept surfing because I had really good friends and role models, like older girls who showed me how to do it. So I feel like it's just really important here because women have had like less opportunity to surf here.
The girls say like, you need to just show up. So I learned that even if it's me, the only girl in the water, I need to show up and I need to be there just to encourage the female energy in the water.
Rising Tides!
That was so cool. The stoke is real here in El Salvador. What a great program. WSL Rising Tides brought to you by Body Glove. And we got to see a lot of great local talent. And what a gift. Katie Simmers, reigning world champ, breaking it down to all the young super groms down here. All the young girls getting a great perspective from the best in the world right now. And they're not just going to remember that for the rest of their life, but that's going to inspire them to make the tour one day.
Yeah, I was going to say, Joe, what's an hour or two of you know, Katie, Brisa, I saw a handful of the pro surfers there, Erin Brooks. That is so meaningful to like a lifetime of these women that come down and get to experience that Rising Tides. It's really cool.
Nadia Arrow, Star Bay, just got this wave during the break.
Yeah, so Nadia, she's already locked in that 627, finding the smaller inside ride that's got a nice shape to it. Looking down the line as this wave steepens up again for her to hammer those, you know, very similar kind of two-turn combo on that inside section. Smaller wave, but it just had such a good shape and such a good line on it. Nadia's done very well to identify, you know, some of the better waves that offer the scoring potential that she needs.
Now Sawyer Lindblad looking for an answer. The battle of the backhands for that second spot at the moment. Lindblad lighting up. A beautiful snap. Nice carve off the top. Slapping it quickly there, going more vert and high off the finishing move. Well done for Lindblad. Snakes liking that. Her wave previous was the 5.2. Nadia just got a 5.37 for the wave we just saw. So Sawyer needs a 6.44 on that wave to go to second.
I like that wave a lot. There was that sense of urgency from Sawyer. She started to kind of unleash that next gear of surfing. She finally found that open face where she could open up. Really good stuff.
Great job for Sawyer. Recovering from the fall on her first wave. Now it's just been improvements on every single ride so far.
Yeah, and just every single maneuver that she's going for here, she's just adding that little bit of extra spice through every turn. Watching the speed and momentum down the line, finishes off clean. I think the judges are going to enjoy that one. She needs that 6.44 to get in an advancing position. And you talk about, you know, the implications of this heat for Sawyer, sitting number 7 on the rankings. An elimination round exit here would be very detrimental to her hopes of, you know, not only qualification, but also for the WSL Final 5. This is a huge moment for her to overcome, to make sure that her name is still in the hat.
What a great read there for Sawyer Lindblad. An absolute hammer of a finishing move. Nice and vertical, and she was able to change gears backhand, which is really hard to do. Judges absolutely loved it. Best number on the women's side of this event, an 8.17 for some big backhand blows for Lindblad. Goes from 3rd to 1st. As you see how our international panel reacted there. The highest scores were the 8.5s. drop one of those, drop one of the low 8s, and get an 8.17 on the average. And they made a clear separation from the previous best wave of Kirra's, the 6.67. So Pinkerton, with priority, has just dropped to second, and she's got a great looking Punta Roca wall, just setting up a first turn under the lip. Number 1 on the QS North American Series is laying down that rail into the pocket. Driving into the lip again. Kirra gets out in front. Quick jam to set up a finish, and flowing through the end section. She doesn't fall. Picking some great sections to work with. She's really reliable with a combination as well. After a turn that's so dynamic, she can go right into a second turn where she's not really like setting up the second turn. You know, where you can kind of see maybe a safer turn to set up a bigger move. Every turn is really, really powerful.
Well, just such an illustration of power. I mean, watch how much water this woman displaces when she hits that lip line. And like you said, the sprays just barely made it to the back of the lip line, and she's back up into the power source. She's just probably heard that Sawyer's locked in the 8.17. She wants to regain her lead. First and second do advance, but there's something about winning a heat. And I will say here at Punta Roca, like once you finish a wave and you've given it 110%, it takes it out of you. You're like so gassed. It's hot. Your adrenaline's pumping. So, you know, after a big performance, you're going to want to go back, get some shade, rehydrate.
Such a good point. It's just being aware of your climate. You got to know when you got to take breaks and get out of the sun. And also in the water, you know, surf sessions don't tend to be as long. You can fit in a few sessions in a day, but a lot of them, you know, especially for these pros that are warming up, they kind of shorten them a bit just based on what you're talking about with overheating. But heating up is Pinkerton in the lineup. Wow, what a solid heat. And for someone with not much CT experience, one previous wild card, she looked like a seasoned veteran the way she took apart this lineup. Last score for Kirra Pinkerton coming in, it's a 6.43 keeper, putting herself in a great spot in second, but it will be last year's Rookie of the Year, Sawyer Lindblad, getting the win with an 8.17 to go into the round of 16. We will lose Nadia Arostarve here in the first heat of the morning, and she will prepare for the Aussie treble. Coming up next, Luana Silva, Sally Fitzgibbons, and Alyssa Spencer. Great time to check in with what's been happening here in El Salvador with WSL One Ocean and taking plastics, recycling it, and turning it into some bling. Your jewelry. Oriente Salvaje, Paso Pacifico, joining the WSL Pure to make really, really cool jewelry from recycled plastic. Erin Brooks, you saw her there doing some shopping. Great to have regional support in this area. and turning trash and waste into art. Watching a couple of big whips from an Aussie vet, Sally Fitz. Always dancing down the line and packing in the maneuver, styling out of her finishing move. One of the all-time greats. A great ambassador of the sport. Never running out of gas, always looking for improvements, is looking for advancement out of the elimination round. Rosie, she's seen it all. She's seen you in heats. You guys have known each other for a very long time, and she's never afraid to reinvent herself coming into 2025. What are you most excited about watching your good friend and old school rival compete today?
It's so fun because Sally, like you said, she's always evolving. She's always working on something. I think Sally's really filling that role of being the veteran on tour, but still finding that fun factor. And I think that's what's keeping it fresh for Sally is finding new ways to get scores, what maneuvers she can add to her repertoire, and drawing inspiration from the younger woman coming onto the championship tour.
You talk to the athletes on this tour, on this top 17, and they speak about Sally, saying it's a privilege to have such a legend on tour with them at this time.
And just watching Sally surf right now, I mean, she's so engaged. You think about how many starts she's had in a championship tour event, and she still looks like she's hungry for it. She wants it. She's got this early morning heat, and she loves it. I mean, she would have been up, I don't know, 3:30 this morning doing her warm-up. She's a finely tuned athlete, is so into every sport that's going on.
Yeah, she's just so passionate about sport in general, about competing. Got to represent Australia in the first edition for surfing in the Olympic Games in Tokyo alongside Steph. It was just so fitting that those two were waving the Aussie flag together for the women's team, as we've got Alyssa Spencer going down on a takeoff. She'll just forget about that quickly. Sally starts with a 5.5. Luana Silva pinching herself. Dreamy right-hander heading her way with priority. Lulu setting up a big first turn. Silva jams it off the lip. Little airdrop that she controls into a wrapping cutback. The Brazilian now fading and stepping out. Great start. That smooth style is fun. And Rosie, I really enjoyed her big forehand sweeping cutback when she first got on tour, and now I'm just kind of loving how fast she is through the lip when she gets it nice and vertical. It is so quick how fast she can turn that thing around.
Yeah, that's you know, something about Lulu. You never want to take your eyes off her because she'll kind of slow roll through something, get that bottom turn going, and then just really crank up the speed and the emphasis on the end part of that wave. I'm watching her and I'm just drawing, you know, similarities from Malia Manuel, that kind of surfing, that similar kind of tuck the knee in style. As we get another look at her wave, just beautiful timing on this wave. It was kind of a difficult wave to surf as we see that higher tide, a lot of wonk coming up the face of it. She does so well to negotiate that. She looks like she's on, you know, a longer bit of equipment, but that rail line is really drawing out all of her maneuvers.
I like that Malia comparison.
Really good wave from her, and you think about, you know, the little bit of with that set, Alyssa going the first one, you could tell that Lulu really wanted it, but to turn around and have a second wave on offer that was a little bit cleaner, had a bit of energy in it, that's such a gift for a surfer that didn't have priority to luck into this wave and really do some impressive surfing on it and make the most of that opportunity.
Always love a combo at Punta Roca, from snap to wrap. She could do it so well, so smooth, so fluid. Lulu 6.0 to kick off this heat. Sally's 5.5 keeps her in second. Alyssa just the fall, 0.43. Kind of an emotional roller coaster on these tours, especially for Lulu, on how she's kind of been running through the Challenger Series, goes through the heartbreak of being like a spot out of qualification. Then she gets the call, okay, Steph's gonna continue her hiatus from the tour, and she, okay, so now I'm back on, but going through the emotion of like, I missed it by a spot, then wait, am I back on and I'm full time? And she's had that happen 2 seasons in a row.
Yeah, that, you know, thinking about just how emotional it is to be a surfer on tour, to just missed that cut so narrowly, probably by a heat, by one score, by one wave. And then to get that call up, it's almost like you kind of shed a little bit of that pressure because you have that feeling of almost a wild card feeling that she can carry through the season.
Very true. Sally Fitzgibbons hanging out with Lulu and Alyssa from a different generation. Fitzgibbons, rookie season, she was stellar, finished in the top 5. And looking at new ways to compete, new ways for inspiration. There's never this hard luck interview with Sal when she goes to the Challenger Series. And she went to it with pride last year and won the whole thing and had a beautiful speech to kick off the year. And this is what Sally said on why this year is going to be great.
2025, why is it going to be incredible for me? Because I'm here and it's amazing. And I don't know, I think like ever since I was young, like I love to work. Like I've just always loved working, and the thought, like my very first job was surfing, and I just know from like just traveling around the world, it's just not every day that everyone gets to do a job that they really love. And I don't want to squander that opportunity. Like I've got this job that I love, and I'll, whatever it takes. I just want to know at the end of it all that like I tried my best all the way to the finish line. Like just tried my absolute best and left my heart out there.
Always love hearing from Sal. That's that infectious enthusiasm for everything she does. One of the most hard-working athletes in the world, but she wouldn't want it anything different. If it went away, she probably wouldn't feel like herself. She wants to have the challenge, something to work on. And it showed in her preparation. You know, when she had all those connected seasons on the CT for years and years, she had that hot streak of quarterfinal appearances, 45 range in a row. And then she also had perfect attendance. You know, just she was never missing events. And we saw her get injured in the Jersey, that shoulder injury moment in Honolulu Bay where Malia actually had to assist her up to the cliff. And she was never taking time off. She studying her training, her surfing, how to recover from injuries on the fly. She's really checked off every category. As we see Sawyer Lindblad prepared on the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
No time in between heats yesterday. You were the last heat of the opening round on the women's, the first one of the elimination round. Surfing, such an interesting sport, right? Sawyer, you have losses early on, and then literally hours later you could get a victory right after.
Yeah, I mean, I was the last heat of the day yesterday and then the first heat today. So, I mean, I was like pretty crushed after losing yesterday, needing only like a 1. So I had to like regroup, and it was honestly pretty hard, but I'm happy I did it, and I'm happy I made it through.
It's enthusiastic, though. You have 2 of the highest heat scores when it comes to the women's division so far, the 717 yesterday and the 8 right now. So you take a lot of positives, but also how do you control the things that aren't controllable out there, Sawyer?
Yeah, I mean, this wave is pretty hard because it's really slow. So yeah, I just want to make smarter decisions. I feel like I haven't been making the best decisions. So yeah, going forward, I just want to make sure I'm on the best waves and that I don't fall.
And your support system, awesome. As soon as you came in, the Biolos family greeted you, and your father, Mark, as well. Gian Bernini, team manager for Lost. How'd that kind of feel after a big win like that?
Yeah, my best friend just flew in this morning, so she surprised me when I came in for my heat. So that was pretty cool.
Congratulations, Sawyer. See you later.
Thank you.
Guys?
Thank you, Mitch. Sawyer Lindblad talking about the stress and the pressure of, well, back-to-back heats, really. Last night was that wild one where she had the 717, best wave by miles in that heat, and just couldn't find the backup. And then have to set your alarm early. And we all kind of trembled a little bit when we got that earlier call time. Setting your alarm for 4 a.m. is wild, you know, when you just left the beach. And for her and Snake, they were here on dark trying to, like, open their eyes, and you're still recovering from not backing up your score from the previous evening. Job well done for Sawyer. She definitely was waking up in that heat, you know, had the fall and then just got better and better.
Yeah, and just like she said, it was hard yesterday to shake off that loss and to kind of refocus this morning. And you could tell that little fall in the beginning, but yeah, you could tell she was fired up and angry on that last wave, the 8-point plus ride. The first excellent score in the women's side of the event. So really cool to see Sawyer advance and right the wrongs.
Sally Fitzgibbons, 3-time world runner-up, throws down, carved a slide, Puts her behind the section though, so maybe the wrong maneuver, having to deal with some downtime. And now chasing a punt as she chucks the tail towards the beach, incomplete on the air reverse. Sal's had a lot of moments in her career where she's rethought her equipment, changed up her technique when training. She's always wanted to keep tabs on the progressive movement of the tour. And it's nice when you see, you know, a surfer with the most experience trying more airs than some of the younger guard.
Yeah, I think on this wave, there's moments where you surf intuitively and the wave doesn't allow you too much time to overthink your maneuver choice. And I think what happened with Sal there is she just overthought that first maneuver. You go into it, you're like, I'm going to give this everything I have. And just got thrown off time there. It's all good. She really wanted to kind of twist through that one and make it down the line and keep that speed to connect the sections down the line. You see there's that moment there where she could kind of cut the turn short, but she goes for the tail slide. And that kind of keeps her behind this section. Unfortunately, she's trying to gain ground on this one. Just kind of throws her off balance and throws her off the rhythm of the wave.
On her way back out, Sally on this one, setting up her real first turn here. Just 2 checks and she'll throw the whole thing away. So Fitzgibbon's getting caught behind will cost her a 2.83. Just counting that first carve to slide. It's enough to put her out in front. As she's starting to get busy in this heat, we're reminded of how she takes on heats here in El Salvador. Looking at CT by the numbers, averaging the most waves per heat. She's had one previous start here back in 2022. Highlighting this one, the backhander Alyssa Spencer from North County, San Diego's got to step off. So she's had a real sleepy start, up and down when she fell on her bottom turn. And that one racing off without her.
I feel for Alyssa right now just because the start has been so tricky for her. She's just out of sync with the ocean at the moment, and watching her free surf clip, she's been one of the standouts. Let's see if she can kind of just redirect her energy in this heat. There's 20 minutes remaining, so there's plenty of time for that to happen.
Gosh, she's had some brilliant moments in her young career, hasn't she? Alyssa Spencer, solid goofy footer from San Diego, a big win on the Challenger Series in 2023. Sarah had that final with Lulu, so they're in the water together right now, but that was a big moment for both of them being in the Challenger Series final. Even before that, had a win in Saquarema, the final that she had with Tessa Thyssen, and got herself some good reps on the CT. Peaked out an equal 9th as her best ever result against the top 17. But I've seen her show up in Hawaii a lot. She spends some good quality time out there in waves of consequence and surfing with a lot of power. Working with Chris Gallagher on some updates on her technique. So going all in to try to get her a full-time spot again on the top 17. And with the time on the clock, it's not over. These heats can change in a minute, you know, these days, as we've seen the last couple of days. So she has so much time for 2 new waves. The goal is to really have the headspace to really believe you can do it after a couple falls that sometimes could take you out mentally.
Yeah, and I think it's, I think Griffin said it so well yesterday. He said when he was up against the challenge of having a slow start in the heat, and how does he kind of see that as a positive thing and be like, okay, I love this challenge. I can't wait to get on my next wave so that I can redirect that energy, create big scores, do my best surfing. And I think that's what Alyssa needs to do right now. She's such a talented surfer. We just need to give her that canvas to work with.
Strider Wazalewski still enjoying the sunshine in the early morning here at Punta Roca. Waz, we've got Lulu out there. It's great to see her getting the spot on tour this year as Steph's continued vacation. That 6 looked great from where we are sitting. How about for you?
Yeah, you know what was interesting, she was the one surfer that walked all the way out to the end of the point on the rocks. So she kind of took that route to get pole position. She was sitting out there. she's pretty much had pole position on every wave that came through, and she picked the wave that she wanted. She kind of knows exactly what she was looking for, something with a good pace that could fit her surfing straight up and down into that bowl. We saw her just ripping through the wave. So here we go again with Lulu, looking like a beautiful wave for her. She's bang right off the top, coming back around the corner, right back up into the lip. Wow, that was, over the handlebars. Sorry, commentators cursed.
Yeah, I guess that's a real thing, isn't it?
Sometimes, but you know, we'll get back. I mean, she looks really good. She looked a little off on that wave, and the first one she looked like right on point. So maybe it's just a timing thing she's got to get back to, but there's a sense of urgency because every wave out here counts. There's not a lot of them, and if you get the position to get that wave, you really have to make it count.
So true, Strider. Yeah, tough fall for Luana Silva. 2 turns before the fall. That'll be her second scoring ride to go with her 6.0. 6 she got early. She's been waiting. That was the wave she was hoping to really match that same performance of her start. It should still be enough to get the lead off Sally Fitzgibbons. But with Lulu, even with a short career so far, she's had so many close calls. You just can't afford mistakes at this level.
Yeah, they cost you. And it was just that tight transition there. She couldn't just quite get up and over it. Wonky little face to it. That's definitely the things you want to tighten up, and the small mistakes can start to add up.
So Lulu will deal with the 3.5 for now, but it does get her first as we look at her season so far. She's trying to break out of the equal ninths that she had at the first 3 stops of the season. As we know, she's representing Brazil, but growing up on the North Shore of Oahu, loves starting off the season right at home. She could walk to waves from her home and get really close to Sunset Beach, take a bike ride down to Pipeline. So happy when she gets to be home and compete. Her family is awesome. Her parents from Brazil moved over to Hawaii, and her mom Tati's here with her, giving her support. And right now she's out in front trying to see if she could find a better backup for a 3.5. Alyssa Spencer with her falls now needs a 7.8 to take second off Sally Fitzgibbons. And Sal, as we know, win the title race a few years in a row. That came very quickly in her career. A couple of heartbreakers that you think might take you out of the game even, but not Sally. She came back even stronger. You know, when you're dealing with Steph Gilmore, Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright, there was even that season in 2014 when you look at the champions, it was like Steph won 3, Carissa would win 3, Tyler would get in the mix, and then it'd be Sally sometimes with 2 wins and sometimes finishing runner-up or 3rd or top 4. She has so much consistency through those early years.
She was amazing, and I mean, all of those battles for the world title were so hard fought, like you said with Sally. She came so close. We also saw the heartbreaking one at Halua Bay in Maui where Sally narrowly missed out on that world title, but she's such a fighter. She loves her job. She comes back every year inspired and evolved.
14:30 left in the second elimination round heat for the women. We'll be moving to the men's side after this. You got to be careful where you step when you're heading out to the lineup. Pick your rocks carefully. Pupo out there next.
The Surf City El Salvador Pro is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf.
It's a nice Friday morning. The waves are pumping and Alyssa Spencer is attacking. Great first turn. Look at this beautiful rippable wall at Punta Roca. Nice pace and extending one of her best turns of the morning. Lulu right behind her. Alyssa falls on her last turn. Now it's up to Silva as she hits that lip line well. Gets out in front, quick snap before the lip crumbles. Hits it in a nice hot pocket there. And she will jump off. Wow, great to see some of the bigger waves we've had in the morning. Good points there, still a couple moments there that you'd want to recover from. Alyssa's had that slow start in this heat. Really lit up that section vertically, but just couldn't get the finishing move, leaving a lot of points out there.
Yeah, you can't help but just scream internally, no, as she lost that last maneuver because she was doing so well on the outside. One of the better waves that we've seen come through this lineup, and here was Sally. Smaller wave, but she's gonna just lay that rail into it, looks down the line, gathers her speed, goes for the punt. That's, you know, I think Sally is really looking for that point of difference with the progressive stuff in this heat, as we see Lulu getting through this midsection of the wave. Floats it, finds speed, nice little cut turn there. Finishes on her feet. I think for me, with Luana out here in this lineup, she does so well to react to what the wave is offering her, and she's not going past the sections. She's not overthinking her maneuver choice, and instead just reacting to what's in front of her. Sally right here.
Moving down the line, Sally throws the snap in the pocket. Nice glassy face. Down carve slice out in front on the open face for the wrap. Great rail work from Sal. Tries to punch those fins out. The FCS2 systems that she's using. The Pang TNC model. Typically in that medium size for a wave like today. As she now watches Lulu get started. Silva still waiting for a previous score to lock in as she just greases a beautiful first turn. Smooth as ever on the wrap. Silva lights up that section again using her rail. And now anticipating that lip line, a little challenging to ride away, but she will get there. 2 scores to come in for Lulu. Just loving how dreamy these conditions are right now, especially that first wall section that she got. I mean, that's why we come down here.
And I think a lot of times when you think about equipment, it's how it rides on the wave face. But I think for me, that magic board of Luana that she's surfing right now is how it glides into the waves when she's paddling in. I mean, she seems to so easily enter the waves. It seems like it's a dream to paddle. Gets her in on that early entry, and it's looking really good under her feet.
What a great exchange there. Lulu's wave selection has been the best in this matchup as we look at Alyssa Spencer just enjoying these conditions. She can't fall this time. There's a nice snap. Keeping things calm as she stretches it out. Nice pace, just a little downward redirect and then more of a committed snap. Hits the lip again. Looks like she's in total control this time. Now starting to move a little bit quicker towards the tail end of the wave. Finding a nice section to blast and step off. So accomplishing the complete ride. That had to feel great. Her previous wave of 4.93, even with the fall. And now only needing a 5.08. So she's getting herself back in contention here.
Yeah, definitely in the conversation after that last wave. And just to have that wave start to finish go so well for Alyssa, to see her on that inside section just hammer it like that. She's clicking in, she's finding her groove here. Definitely her best wave as she finds the pace down the line. Look how this wall is just cupping out for her. A lot of speed, high lining there. burns off that speed to do this bottom turn right in front of her competitor, Sally Fitzgibbons. Timing is just so beautiful on this inside section. Almost gets a little hung up there, maintains that control. And then this finishing maneuver was really great. And just to see her finish a wave so clean, it's a good feeling, a little confidence boost. 5.08 is what she requires. Definitely think she's going to get that number and some.
Such a great recovery for Alyssa Spencer. Just staying so focused on her improvements. Nice easy pace. I like how smooth she is off the bottom. And then she can decide real quickly whether she's going to do a carve, even more of a high line turn, or really belt it. Here's Lulu again.
Wow, just that move right there, so powerful. And just in the top third of that wave where she really completed that maneuver with enough space to get into the bottom turn, to do the quick transition into a different shade of carving maneuver, and then also does well to just hang on here for the finish. This first maneuver was just so textbook. And like I said, through the top 2/3 of that wave, so she had, you know, the rest of the face to really slingshot herself into the next comboed maneuver.
Luana Silva just made a big improvement and changed the best number of the heat. Judges throwing down a 7-point ride. Well done. Her start, she's still keeping. That opener a 6.0. So now Sally needs a 7.5 to catch up to Lulu. And now the important score coming in for Alyssa Spencer. Alyssa Spencer, the goofy foot, building to a 6.4. So after a heat where she had some stumbles, a couple falls, missed her finish on wave number 3, she put herself back in this heat, never giving up. Sally now drops to 3rd. The Aussie vet, 3-time world runner-up, needs a 5.84 now. And for Sal, she's been in every situation you could imagine in pro surfing, with how long she's been on tour, how successful she's been as well. Fitzgibbons is 12th on the all-time win list. 12 championship tour wins to her name. Early ones at Bell's back in the day, more recently winning at events like Rottnest Island or Wajamup just a couple of years ago. 4:50 on the clock. Strider, what does Sally need to do at this point?
Wow, we got to see her up into that lip line, but going vertical. She's been a little lateral. She's been trying to find her, you know, getting down the line, kind of looking for the inside. But you see Lulu, you can see Alyssa on that last wave where she finished going vertical. I think that's what she needs to do. You know, the judges made a clear statement. They love to see that critical part of the wave. And those arcs are nice, but you really need to go up and put the fins into the lip. And that's where, you know, your money's going to come from. You just got to go up there and pay the bills. And if she can do it, but, you know, she's going to have to find that pace on the wave and kind of go more up and down instead of down the line.
Nice read there, Strider. Yeah, that critical surfing we've been seeing from Luana Silva, where you're wrapping it with power and then hitting it vertically in the critical part of the wave. That got her that 7. And then the 6. Sally's got the most waves, 5 waves ridden, but it's trying to get out of that mid-range where she's got a 4.5 and a 5.5. Sally's stats are psycho when you look at them. She's had 99 excellent heats. That's 16 plus totals in the past. Few of those at Pumping, Honolulu Bay. Big days at Bell's. Back when Snapper was on at the start of the season and the beginning of her career. She'll get to head back to all of her favorites in the Aussie treble, but she doesn't want to go now. She has 3:20 on the clock with first priority to look for a 5.84, which would be her best wave so far. And with how smart she is a competitor, she's like, okay, I know I have a 5.5. They want more, and we'll see how she reacts.
Big moment here for Sal, and she's used to these pressure situations. It's all about whether the ocean provides something for her to work with.
Sally to her 127th event at the championship tour level. The most on tour. Closest to her in that category is Tyler Wright. at 111 events. 2:35 remaining. Number 89, looking for a way to avoid elimination. She's got that smile on her face and tends to know something was about to happen when she starts smirking. She's seeing the ocean start to stand up a little bit with maybe a couple of choices here. Not in position at the moment for that wave, but it's up to her if she wants to make a considerable move for this one.
She's got priority.
Sally chasing a 5.84 here to avoid elimination. She will stretch this out to start. A lot of speed. Identifying her first turn. Carved a slide, incomplete for Fitzgibbons, and loses it. 1:40 to go. She's checking her equipment out. Showing her frustration. Looks like a fin missing on the slide. And that is a heartbreaking moment, the equipment malfunction, when you need the score to avoid an elimination.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. Sub, 1 minute remaining, your fin's busted out, you need a score. This is huge implications for, qualifications for where she's sitting on the rankings. This elimination round is just incredibly stressful. It's a pressure cooker. Yeah, that's so out of Sally's control at the moment. To have equipment malfunction at this stage in the heat, requiring that score, it's just heartbreaking.
Oh, it certainly is. Having the wave, having the speed, going all out, and you saw how hard she pushed on that carve to slide, and when you saw her go out of control, it was clear something was up. So Sal, just with 2 fins, is never giving up. On the windup, even able to punch that board out the back. A tough one for Sally Fitzgibbons. The Aussie vet is going to run out of time as she flips it over again, and just so heartbreaking. See that fin pop out when she needed the score. Was left chasing a 5.84 on the other end of that. It will be Luana Silva moving on with a solid victory into the round of 16. And Alyssa Spencer, what a great recovery in that heat. She's got to be proud of herself, how she never gave up, turned in her best at the end to get that second spot. And the wild card will be moving on with Luana into the round of 16. Up next, the men hit the lineup. Pupo takes on Edgard Grosjean. Local hero Brian Perez will bring in Jesse Mendez and Chris Cote.
Welcome back, surf fans. This is the Surf City El Salvador pro, Chris Cote, here with Jesse Mendez. In the wise words of Nina Simone, it's a new dawn, it's a new day. And waves are looking good. Saw some gems in those first 2 heats. Jesse, give us your report after studying this lineup this morning.
It's pretty fun. Like, it's pretty consistent as well. As much, there's not much in between, but there's been plenty of sets. We've seen it on the previous heat. I think from what I was watching, I felt like Lulu had 3 great opportunities of sets. Alyssa had 2, Sally had 2. Sally felt a bunch, which had happened on the previous heat of her yesterday. Just something not clicking on this event for her. But, you know, she knows better than me. Obviously, she's done a bunch of heats on the CT, runner up in the world, and she's going to clean up for the next one, I bet.
Yeah, it has to be a rough, humbling experience for Sawyer Fitzgibbon. 16 years on the championship tour, so you know she's been through it all. This is not her first rodeo, you know, but she's going to have to recoup and head back home to Australia for the treble, which I think those are 3 events we know that Sally will do very well at. So this is the day where we start losing some of our favorite surfers. And each and every heat you're going to see in this elimination round will be hotly contested, including the one we have in the lineup right now: Miguel Pupo, Edgard Grosjean, and Brian Perez. So this one's fun because we've got Miguel Pupo, who is a silky smooth veteran goofy footer. Grosjean, a wild, he's a rookie, but he's also a wild card because you never know what he's going to do on a wave. Super good in the air, powerful. Kind of have some question marks as to what he's going to do. He hasn't competed at this wave on the CT level yet, except for, you know, yesterday, which didn't quite go his way. And then of course you have Brian Perez, who lives, what, 20 feet to the right of us right now. Has to be considered the favorite in this heat just because of his experience and the hometown fire.
No doubt, and he actually rises up on a jersey. We've seen it before, beating Italo last year with a massive punt. Done it a few times here, actually. Some very good performances against usually, you know, the high seeds, because obviously he's in a wild card. So used to the pressure, used to dealing with everyone supporting him, which it also adds to some more nerves. And in this situation here, you're gonna have to be very patient, calm, selective, because like I mentioned, the tide is getting lower, so we're probably going to see a little bit more insiders, but most likely the difference of the heat is going to be whoever selects those best waves in the sets. I was with Adriano and Alejo right before he paddled out to actually caddy for Miguel Pupo, which he works with both of them, and he was mentioning, hey, today is the day that we call it in Portuguese, you got to be frio, which is you got to be cold, like you got to have nerves of steel. You got to just sit out there and wait for the good one. Doesn't matter how much time it goes by, deal with the pressure and the emotions, and that's what he said. And I 100% agree with him. The surfers that are making heats are on the best waves.
Absolutely. We got 30 minutes to go. Looking at the lineup, Holden Trinkas from Stab Magazine described it as equatorial velvet. I agree with him, and I want to get the man in the channel in the chat now. Strider, if I'm a surfer in this heat, do I just shadow what Brian Perez is doing? He's the ultimate local. Tell me about the positioning you're seeing in front of you.
Yeah, I had no idea that they could paddle to El Tunco to catch a wave. They are so far out the back right now in comparison to where, you know, the other athletes were surfing in the prior heat. So, you know, they're definitely, it's that first wave of the heat, it can mean so much, but it seems like it can outposition yourself to put yourself so far behind the bowl there. I mean, I'm sure that there's, you know, a wave back there, and Brian Perez will probably be on it when it comes through. But you know, really the hustle and the bustle that goes on before these heats is, you know, pretty fun to watch. I mean, there's nobody wants to give it up, and maybe Jesse can touch on it. Just what is so important about that first wave of the heat, and, you know, kind of, I guess, controlling it from the beginning.
I think, Stride, the importance is on a day like today because there's nothing really in between, and it's been pretty consistent on the heat before, so most likely we're going to have a little hold throughout the beginning of this heat because we had so many waves ridden and so many sets on the last 10 minutes of the previous heat. So I think you have to be on that good wave and apply pressure early. Otherwise, you're going to be with your back against the wall and with the clock running down. So on a day like today with not much opportunity, I think it's even more important than usual.
And interesting, you were talking about, you know, having your back against the wall. In those first 2 heats, we saw the 2 athletes with their back against the wall, you know, come back and do well. Alyssa Spencer in the last one, and Sawyer Lindblad took the win, you know, with coming back from, you know, falling off on her first wave. So I guess getting back on the horse is a possibility and obviously can happen, but I agree with you, Jesse. I'd like to control a heat and just be, on the best wave of the heat as it starts. It'd be pretty nice.
Right on. Thank you, Strider. 28 minutes to go. These surfers are well up the point. But if anyone knows the takeoff zone, it is Brian Perez. But don't discount Miguel Pupo. This guy's a veteran and always a threat for a reason. His best result here in El Salvador, 17th. So he's got some room to grow. And while we wait for this first set to roll through in this heat, let's learn more about Miguel Pupo.
To be honest, this could be the year. A lot of guys are out. Big names are out like John and Gabe, and Gabe could be back, but missing a few events could be hard for him, and could be the year. And I feel like I am the guy that could be on the top 5 and potentially surfing at Fiji. I feel like I have more chances than surfing at Trestle, so I feel like sometimes I lose those heats that I should be winning, and everyone's really good, no doubt about that, but with my experience and my knowledge of surfing and my experience here on this tour, I think I feel I should be winning more heats and making more to the final days and stuff. So the challenge for me this year, it's gonna be my mind. The expectations are high, and I put a lot of pressure on myself before it even started, so more of this game is going to happen more this year. I feel like I'm going to try to fight against my mind and put things together and hopefully be in Fiji and fight for the title.
I'm going to go ahead and say I agree with Miguel Pupo. He is one of those surfers that is so good, style so clean, powerful, obviously a lot of wave knowledge and a high heat IQ, and currently having one of the best seasons he's ever had. A pair of 5ths to start the year, kind of dropped a bit in Portugal with a 17th, but right now sitting at 11th in the world. And if he does indeed make that final 5, he is an absolute threat in Fiji. 26 to go. Strider, what happened on that set?
Well, we saw that set arriving. We were watching everything come through, and we were just talking about how deep they were on the point. Well, they were too deep. They were so far up there, that wave went unridden, and that's a crime right now. Somebody should get thrown in the clink straight to the jail, because that wave was just perfect, and I had to mind surf it the whole way. But it was fun to mind surf. But it was really, a great scoring opportunity just went wasted right there. And as we talked about, there's not a lot of great, when they come, they're great, but there's not a lot in between. So missing a wave like that, that's a no-no, especially in the elimination round.
Yeah, harsh start. That set looked absolutely perfect. We got 25 minutes, 17 to go, and it doesn't look like there's any switch with priority now. It looked like maybe a couple nudges into that wave, but our priority judges deeming those non-paddles. So with that, we're going to wait for the next set to roll through. Hopefully these surfers are in the right position, but in the right position right now, we've got Luana Silva on the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, the current world junior champion, and gentlemen, she was ripping out there. Lulu, congratulations. An early wake-up call this morning. I believe you got up just after 4 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, last few days I've been waking up at like 4:30. Today was like a good 4:20. Just trying to wake myself up for today. It's always a sketchy round going into the limb, but happy to make it through and happy to finally open up and do what I'm capable of doing.
This wave's very tricky, especially with the sun in your eyes first thing in the morning. How do you kind of manage that, especially knowing that the set waves tend to be the better ones, but more light on those ones?
Yeah, this wave has so many factors. The heat, the rocks, the sun in your face, like 7 a.m. that sun's like straight in your face, and it's really hard to kind of navigate the wave with the sun directly in your face, but I just kind of was trying to feel the wave and just try to open up as much as I can.
Seems like you're very happy. Unas palabras en português?
Sim, queria mandar oi, beijo para meu pai, minha avó e meu irmão. Sei que eles acordaram muito cedo para assistir lá em casa, no Havaí. E quero agradecer todo mundo no Brasil também que está torcendo para mim, e vamos embora.
Obrigado. Gracias.
Solid victory there for Luana Silva. And that was a really exciting, strange heat to watch in some ways. Sally Fitzgibbons just not on her game this morning. It happens.
And yesterday as well, which is very off. Like, you see someone in her level, her capability, you see them in an off heat, you expect them to kind of smash the next one, but just not finding the foot. And so far throughout this year, kind of has been the name of the game for her. Unfortunately for Sally, but for the good thing, the good side of it, she's gone into 3 events that she has most experience on. You know, like she surfed the most on those events compared to obviously Pipeline, Abu Dhabi, and Portugal and here. Like the other ones, she's been surfing for the last 15 years. So she can clean that up and smash it because she deserves. She's such a good surfer.
And hopefully, with a chip on her shoulder, looking for a little revenge.
Yeah.
You know, when Sally gets mad, big things happen. Give it up one more time, though. Looking like she had a rough start, but cleaned things up nicely. Came through with 2 big scores. 22:30 to go now in the lineup. Miguel Pupo, Edgard Grosjean, and Brian Perez. So far, it's a no-go, and it happens, but there will be no restart because 2 perfect waves came through.
That's what's going to be my question. I was like, what are the judges are going to interpret it of that? Because obviously that was, in my opinion, that was the best wave he came all morning.
It's not, it's not confirmed. I don't know.
I took a look over my shoulders here, and that wave was peeling from up the top all the way to where we're sitting right now. So it's going to be interesting to see what whoever makes a call.
Yeah, if you were a judge, would you say restart or no restart? In your opinion.
There was that opportunity. It was only one opportunity though. So, but that was the best opportunity we've seen it all day. There might have been the second wave, like there was kind of, you know, like the one before. Sorry, not that one. The one before is kind of decent as well. I think they're just like Strider mentioned. They're sitting way up the point. You can see the curve right there starts to do, and usually the surfers are just behind that, and they're way up there. And that's because they already kind of regrouped themselves, because they already obviously got caught out of position and set you deep.
Well, I guess I don't want to penalize these guys. You know, I want to see them surf. So
I know.
We'll see what happens in a minute and 15 seconds. While we wait, let's take a look at Edgard Grosjean. His results so far in his rookie year, kind of up and down. He's 28 years old, a regular footer, super powerful. Kind of see him as a regular-footed Heitor Alves. You know, he is so fast, huge air game. Saw him surfing in Huntington Beach at the U.S. Open last year and the year before, and he was going off. I mean, this guy at a beach break with air sections, dead.
And that photo right there shows it. Like that air, the like super inverted, that's the type of surfer he is, very explosive. And it's the cool story about Edgard is because he grew up, was never in the spotlight, had no support from anyone. Like kind of like always had the talent, but never anyone helping him. He grew up in the same city as me, and there was not really any coaches, no one giving him what he needed to develop. And all of a sudden, he just starts to blow up, kind of a late bloomer. Like started to do very well, and he was 23, 24 in the Key West. We usually see people surfing from their like 18, 19. And first Key West ever, I think he got second on the East Coast, second one, went to the quarterfinals or something in Fernando de Noronha, the 5-star. At the time was called a 5-star, and from that on, it was just a growing curve. Very impressive from him. Restart.
Yeah, I'm hearing from the our expert beach announcers, Ixa and Mateo. Ixa announcing over the loudspeaker there will be a restart, and I think we're all good with that. We want to see good surfing happening, and it looks like sometimes when you hit that restart bell, the ocean just has a way of waking up. 34 minutes and 36 seconds now on the clock. Let's just pretend that never happened.
I guess what they were looking at, right? Like there was that bass wave of the heat, obviously, but that was kind of the only thing that kind of went through. This is another wave just kind of going by. A little bit smaller in size, but very good pace to it. You can see it bowling down in that middle section right there. That was a dreamy backhand wave.
And all 3 surfers are looking in at it going, I wonder what would have happened
if I would have been on that
one. On that one.
Mostly Edgard, because he like obviously giving priority to the other surfers or giving the right away. And if he would have been on that wave, he would have been smiling right now with probably a 7-point ride without even needing to do that much of a work, because that wave itself was a 7-point ride.
Now, Jesse, I know you've been in every heat scenario there is. When you're sitting out in the lineup, you got 2 other surfers out there with you. You know, 8.5 minutes has gone by. Nobody's paddled for a wave. A decent looking set is coming through. Is there like a unwritten rule with the other surfers when you only have 30, 40 seconds until a potential restart? Nobody go? or is it every surfer for themselves in that situation?
That's your opportunity to be one step ahead of everyone, or less time on the clock. Like, there's definitely, I'm sure there's been situations that guys are like, okay, let's just wait for this to roll and we reset it. But if it's a good wave that comes,
you're going.
No way they're gonna let that go. Like, it's such a massive chance.
Gentlemen's rules fly out the window.
I mean, it's only, it's competition. You're here. It's either you making or you losing. You better be the one not crying.
Cry is free, as we know. 32:50 to go. Still waiting for one of these surfers to activate. Our women's elimination round is over. We've lost some big names, but that means that we are now going to be seeding the third round of surfing for the women. I hear whistles. I see arms flying around. That means maybe opportunity is knocking. Who will answer the door?
They're telling Edgar to move to the left of the screen to get a little bit wider, obviously because he already gave the right away for the other surfers, so might as well stay a little wider. But if he does that, I bet you anything that the other surfers are going to catch up to him because they're obviously sitting too deep. So it's kind of like that mind game and hustle game that happens in the beginning of the heat, mostly when the waves are very slow and there's not much opportunity.
And you can get nerve-wracking out here.
You can see that Brian is very close to him, and Miggy's just in that positioning right there shows me that he doesn't want to give a chance for them to actually start paddling towards him. He's like, hey, this is my spot. You're not going to go around me. If you want to, we're going to end up in El Tunco. So he's giving that gap in between them to kind of have that answer very clear to the other surfers that he's not going to give that up. But as soon as they start moving wider down the point, he's going to catch up to them. He's not going to be sitting at the same spot.
We're down to 31-24. Well, Tom Petty said it. The waiting is the hardest part. Want to see some surfing. We all do. But of course, you know, these surfers know that a mistake at the very beginning of this heat, you know, can kind of throw you off priority-wise. It is interesting how, you know, taking off on a dud early on and maybe the priority shuffle can throw you way out of whack. That can last for the next 29 minutes. You see the lineup start to spread out a little bit.
Yeah, because Edgy started paddling towards the right of the screen now, wider and down more the point, but then Brian already catched up to him. Like, they're not going to give an inch. They're going to be paying a very close attention to it. Miggy hasn't noticed that yet, but you can see he's kind of backstroking, sitting on the board.
Well, things are starting to separate in the lineup. 30-30 on the clock. Strider, are you feeling the tension?
I'm feeling the tension. I mean, Ghost Rider, I saw a couple of waves I could have been on right there. I'm just watching from the corner here, and you know, when you're sitting watching these guys, it just feels like, you know, maybe one of them could have caught one of those inside waves and separated themselves enough to get to that next wave, because the sets, when they come in, they're just so perfect. And we've seen, like, you know, some really beautiful waves just peeling through. Those were big scores. And, you know, for me, I'm just like, are they just trying to follow Perez around the lineup because he's the local? Are they just trying to stay as deep as him? I'm kind of surprised by the positioning of these surfers, and they're giving them a restart. So I don't know if they'll do a double restart, but it looks like we're gonna get this thing started because there is a little bubble out the back. Let's go. Come on.
We just saw visuals of a wave breaking through with no one on it, and then you throwing your hands in the air. Here we go. Let's open this heat up, starting with Miguel Pupo. Nice big snap there. Love Miguel's style. You know, everything in its proper place. Patient, little rock and roll floater there. Comes around this section. Really waiting to strike. There it is. You can see the influences here. Bobby Martinez, Rob Machado. Nice whippy, goofy footer. See some Jesse Mendez in there as well. The wingspan opens up through his bottom turn, up into the lip.
Much better to me.
That was a pretty good start.
That was, I think, was very special on this wave and the occasion that he sat for so long, and kind of like the grip finish that we had yesterday. Was there for almost 20 minutes sitting on the board. Pressure starts to add up. He knows he's going to pull the trigger, and you know, if he doesn't capitalize, he's going to give the advantage to the surfers. And look how much downtime there was in this wave going down the line from now on, and he just kept the pace of the wave, didn't overcook it, read it perfectly, one floater, goes around the section, and then now that the wave gets a good pace, he starts to unload and top to bottom non-stop. Beautiful crack up the top. Once again, another turn.
It seemed like he's corrected the problem that he had yesterday. Where he was over surfing the end of his waves, and that's just shows me his veteran knowledge. He slept on it, and he's just like, okay, just surf like I surf. Don't overdo it.
Veteran knowledge and probably a little snap by Adriano de Souza.
Yeah.
Because Adriano de Souza would never do that.
That was an awkward dinner, I'm sure.
Yes, So cleaning up, definitely Rayo's right there. Very clean. Obviously, a much cleaner surf he's having an offer right now than yesterday, but just beautiful timing. Like you mentioned, opening up those arms right there. Getting that board up in vertical. But that's Miki going 50. And he put in the next gear on the next wave. I bet you he's going to apply more pressure and get a better timing to be a little bit more sure-footed and front-footed to generate speed down the line. This one was just like, hey, like this is a good wave. There's not many opportunities. I'm just going to finish it off and put pressure on my opponents.
Energy conservation on the paddle back out. I mean, no one's going to, feel bad for any of these professional surfers here in a tropical paradise. Yeah, it's hot, it's warm, but that's why they train year-round, to make sure that they can acclimate to any type of weather. But sitting in a lineup like this, where it's 90 in the air, it's humid, the water's about 90 as well, what are some of the things that can happen? You get a little tired, get a little languid if you're sitting there for too long?
I think you just get anxious. I mean, like there's definitely not getting cold out there. You're just getting warm because the water sometimes feels warmer than outside. I think it's just how things build up inside of you, expectations. Just wanting to prove to yourself and everyone that you're capable of being there. All those questions starts to creep in. It's very usual for that to happen, and that's what Adriano mentioned to Alejo before he paddled out to be a caddy for Miguel in this heat. He was like, today is the day that you got to deal with your inside and deal with the emotions. That's all you need to do. Hold your emotions. Make sure you're cold, your heart beats down, and you're going to execute when times come.
Yeah, I mean, you could still see how just relaxed he is paddling back out. Good start there for Miguel Pupo, above good, a 6-point ride. So that has been a keeper score throughout the day today. And now he'll get out there, and what we know about Miguel is most likely he'll be patient. Here we go, Edgar Grosjean, the powerhouse rookie. Starts off the wave pretty tall. He's hoping for this thing to grow down the line. It's kind of got a lot of different sizes already so far. Comes around this inside section. There he goes. All right, we've seen that from Edgar many times before. You're gonna see it many times again. He is so good in the air, super consistent. Boy, he's strong too. I mean, you look at his physique and he just looks like he's about to blast these waves to bits. Pretty much did that. Smaller wave, shorter wave than Miguel's. Pretty impactful though for his first wave.
No doubt about it. Like, definitely looks very confident, but the only problem is the size of the wave. And the opportunities that we have today, they're slow, but they're amazing waves, peeling down the point around 4 foot. So you're gonna see him here, very dynamic. Then gets the pop with all that energy that he has, and very fit. Probably bigger than we expected from that section, but this is gonna be on the smaller side of the score because of the energy and the size of the wave. And I personally think this is a mistake because now he sits in third priority. Next rotation comes, next set's probably with 2 waves, and it's not gonna be his.
I mean, common sense will say that Brian Perez will get the best waves of this heat. He knows this point like the back of his hand. So Edgar, who definitely has the least experience out here, Punta Roca, is going to have to surf above and beyond with the waves he's probably going to get. You know, one thing that we don't talk about very often is there is a series of Central and South American events, the ALAS events. They do come through El Salvador quite often. You know, and there's other events that happen here. The structures that we're in right now are permanent, so these live year-round, and they do hold different events throughout the year. So Edgar has probably competed here a few times, but it's a lot different, you know, in a regional event than in a championship tour event. And just as expected, Brian Perez out the back in position. He's having a deep think about this wave. Now he's paddling, and here we go. The Pink Panther up and at it. Deep bottom turn, heavy carve to start. Eyeing down the line, setting things up. So many different speeds already on this wave, and he's managing it nicely. Wow, 4 big bangers and a 5th. You can hear the crowd going wild. The local hero, Brian Perez, goes for the frontside reverse, nails it, and more to come. But we knew it. We knew that Perez was going to identify the biggest, best waves of this heat, and he's done just that. Will that be better than Miguel Pupo's opener?
And that's when we talked about yesterday, luck, you know, like there's luck involved every once in a while, but he made his own luck right there. He was patient enough, obviously letting Miguel go on that first one, which he would have probably pulled the trigger because that was a good wave as well. And then Edgegard just going on that small wave, he smashed it, but only got a 4.67, and this wave is a beauty. I love this timing right here. He notices the waves kind of go running down the line, so he kind of, instead of trying to commit on that section, he does a high line and gets into that 3rd gear right now, and the wave's just in a beautiful pace and keeps applying pressure. He's a little bit back-footed in most of those turns. You can see that in the beginning of it, he's a little bit hesitate, doesn't want to waste the opportunity, but then he starts to unleash halfway through it. Finish it off strong right here. Mediocre session, but really pushing. And he's, I mean, I feel like this is probably will be the best score of the heat so far. Here's what I mentioned, like he redirects the board, takes his time, and then he starts to unleash when the wave has a good pace. But that turn right there, a little bit back-footed, hesitated. This one's better, and then he, once again, you can see the nose of the board really getting up and vertical, and this one, he drives through with that ray on the fins. That's what the judges are gonna take notice of. Combos it up with a very critical turn, and he's on his way to the best score of the heat and finish it off strong. Beautiful surfing. I think he, as much as he probably could have went bigger in a few sections, he still kept amazing pace throughout the wave and did more than enough to get a good score and a good position going into this heat.
With 21:10 to go, Brian Perez first score drops, and it's a biggie, a 7.33. And thanks to this guy, Brian Perez, it's now raining at Punta Roca. Strider, how's the weather out there?
The weather is hot, and so is the surfing of Brian Perez. That was beautiful. Patience paid off. He looks good. It looks like he's overheating a little bit, though, man. It's hot out here. It really is. It's sweltering. I mean, Lulu paddled by, said she was sweating in the water. She, you know, so, you know, these guys definitely doing some mad work out here, but that last wave of Perez was beautiful. The one thing I'd like to note was the amount of noise coming from the beach and the bleachers. It was just beautiful. I just love that feeling and all that energy coming from the people here. And you know, he's a man of the people. So Perez laying down the biggest score of the heat so far. He's gonna go back out there and try and back it up.
Love to see it, love to hear it. The hometown crowd going wild for the Pink Panther. They got shirts made, they're filming. It's going to be all over social media. Definitely will be on the cover of some Salvadorian newspapers. The guy is not just a local hero, an international hero. And Salvador is lucky to have a surfer like Brian Perez representing this surf-rich nation. And from the looks of what we've seen in the past few years, and in the Rising Tides piece we watched earlier on, there is a lot of talent, male and female, down here in El Salvador, and I think in the next 3 or 4 years we're going to be seeing that and feeling the reverberations of this surf nation. With 19:37 to go, Perez now in the lead. He's in 3rd priority. Quick look at that insider. Pupo is in that priority position. Grosjean in 2nd priority for now, sitting on the lowest score of the heat so far. 3 waves ridden, the best being that 7.33. More sets rolling through. Surfers now jockeying for position. It is going to be Miguel Pupo. Here we go. Calm, casual start. Now he winds up into a series of turns. And that stung. I did not want to see that happen. I think the more Miguel we get to see surf, the better. But unfortunately,
this is an open door for Edgegard right now. Like he kind of, you know, like put himself in a situation of rotation with not having the best waves, but now he had one mistake from Miguel. So now he's going to have an opportunity, and let's see if he's going to capitalize on this wave, if that's the right wave to pull the trigger.
Grosjean looking for a grower here. You see it starting to spin off down the line, building speed, Casual floater with the airdrop, comes around the section, hammers it. Here we go. This is more like it from Edgar Grosjean. Let me guess. Air on the inside? No, float. Oh. Doug Rail has entered the chat for both surfers. There we go. No, there we don't go. He's got so much pop. I mean, that was a tiny section. He slammed, but still, you gotta love the projection. Straight up and out for Edgar Grosjean. So a fall at the end of the wave, even though he had done all that work, that's the last thing the judges see, and that's the last thing they feel before they drop the number. How much is that gonna hurt his potential score in that wave?
Yes, it's definitely gonna hurt a lot, mostly because that was the best turn off the wave so far. Like you can see here, he starts off nicely down the line, takes his space, goes up in floater, very relaxed, and then right here starts to unleash because the wave has a good pace. That's a beautiful turn, but then the wave dies out a bit, carves it off nicely, and then that's when he starts to lose the rhythm of the wave. The wave gets a little bit faster than he expects. He really needed to finish that to capitalize on that opportunity because that was a nice rotation, almost landing it with the nose first.
Not a lot of flow on this wave, in my opinion. I mean, you
Yeah.
see the tricks, the maneuvers, but kind of, you know, there was a lot of things happening in between these turns that hindered that flow
Missed
that
time.
we want to see.
Missed the timing, you know, like that floater kind of set him up as much as he took his time, but needed to be with a little bit more energy to generate more speed throughout the floater, got too relaxed. And sometimes that happens a lot when you're nervous. You tend to slow things down too much. You know, you're trying to get your body to relax a bit more and you go overboard. And here Miguel just thinking ahead of himself, goes up in vertical, forgets about the nose of the board and starts to think about forward already. Just gets caught and goes over the handlebars, unfortunately. As he was going up vertical, you could see that the wave was starting to stretch, so he was probably thinking about.
Little bro's bombed.
Sammy's bombed right now. To not mention another word.
We'll stop talking about it, Sammy. 16:14 to go, so plenty of time for all three surfers to potentially throw some daggers at each other in this heat. At the moment, Brian Perez, he's sitting nicely in third place. I know that sounds weird, but he does have the highest single wave score of this heat, a 7.33. Miguel Pupo has got a 6. He's right there. For Edgar Grosjean, where he is in the lead right now, it's kind of a false lead. He's got two, you know, mid-range 4s, so he's doing okay, but he's got to get himself up into the 6, 7, or 8 range if he wants to stand a chance.
And I don't think the surfing has been the problem for Edgar in this heat. Like, the surfing has been great, as much as he kind of had a few flaws in that last wave. But I didn't see that wave having a potential of a 6-point ride or over. Like, as much as he could have ripped that wave, he would have probably got something about the 5.5 range. And you don't expect Miguel and Brian Perez with 15 seconds left in priority in those conditions are not going to drop bombs. So I think the problem so far has been just patience. And right now with third priority, worst score of the heat, he's going to have trouble. He's going to have to try and now he has to find something underneath that has not much potential and turn into something crazy, like Griffin did yesterday with the smaller wave getting a 7-point something. So I think patience has been the problem so far for Edgar in this heat.
He just needs to channel his inner Axl Rose. All we need is just a little patience. And while we wait, let's go down to Mitch Salazar, who is in the grandstands.
Hey guys, well, not only things are heating up in the water, on land too, it's hot as heck over here. It's basically an oven, but the crowd is very pro Brian Perez. Of course, the Pink Panther last year defeated Ito Fejeda, who was coming off of the victory in Tahiti. But as you can see, his effect that he's had on the local community, especially on the surf community of South this year, the bleachers, everything is as great as always. But most importantly, his family. Pino, Kevin, his brothers, they're filming him. Marcelo Castellanos, his coach. Obviously a lot of support, but most importantly, he feels the perform in front. Spoke to him yesterday. He really wanted to win this one. Of course, as of right now, has the highest wave of the heat, Chris. Most importantly, it does seem like he is in control of the lineup when it comes to positioning. Let's see if he can bounce back. But a very pro Brian Perez crowd right here in the bleachers. Guys, it's turning into one of those big events right here for El Salvador once again.
Love to see it. 13:54 to go. Thank you, Mitchell Salazar. And there he is, the Pink Panther, Brian Perez. Got his nickname because of the kind of the way he walked. You know, he kind of walks real smooth, like a panther.
And he surfs like that.
And he does surf like that as well.
Surfing, very smooth surfer, but because he's so big, he's also powerful. So it's like usually you see the power with a lot of energy, you kind of relate that, but he's kind of the opposite. Like, takes his time, and he did that on the first wave, like that beautiful kind of redirect the board. As you can see here, he's going to start. The wave gets nice and steep, but then he goes flat and has a section in between. He's going for a bottom turn for a turn, and then he realizes, I'm going to take my time, and then he gets back on track. This is that first turn that I said he kind of stomped on the back foot a little too much, but right here he starts to get a good rhythm. Uses that rail more in that one. Beautiful surfing, and looks like Edgy went for a Hail Mary.
Well, the way that Edgard was puffing out his chest, I think something big happened right there. We'll get back to it as we see now Brian Perez coming around this section. Straight up vertical, nice layback snap right in the pocket. I love where he's positioned on this wave. He's just hovering around that whitewater. That's going to give him the most push. He snaps it again. Somebody just screamed in the grandstands. Here come the whistles. Here comes the ramp. Perez, nice and clean with the front three. Things are escalating in elimination round heat 1. The crew is raging, and it's only 8:20 a.m. here in El Salvador.
And he started to fire it up right there. See that paddle back?
Yeah, different type of paddle than we saw after his first wave with 12 minutes to go.
And that builds up. It's all everything that's building up inside, and inside those guys is hard and their heads. So with all the crowds as well. But let's check here what happened to Edgar. We missed that. We just saw kind of the claim for it. That was a beautiful rotation from him. Once again, getting a very good pop. He's going to try and grab that slaw bear, but barely touches. Still nice and high. Just once again, smaller wave. But it did feel good. Obviously, it's going to be a boost of confidence for him. Now he's going to get back out there with second priority.
Judge is well aware. Will that hinder his score a little bit, that he didn't get the grab?
Probably, yeah. But it shouldn't play a factor to it. I think that was still a great air. Just, I think the biggest thing of that wave itself is just the size once again, smaller wave. Brian surfed that wave very well. Started off a little bit on slower pace and then started to get a little more aggressive towards the end and finish it off strong. Knew he needed to finish that wave. It's very important with the 7.33. It's such a big gap in comparison to his opponents as far as the best wave of the heat so far. That first one and second one missed time a bit and then started to go to town. Third one, beautiful, bringing it all the way back around. Took his time and finished off strong with a nice 3. Sorry, one more turn before that.
That was great surfing. Real fun to watch. And those are the type of turns, these ones in the pocket, where everything's right in its proper place. Those turns feel so good. And we know how much surfers thrive on the feeling of a good turn. You do one of those, that's setting yourself up for the rest of the wave. And I think that's what happened right here for Perez. I mean, that was like an escalation from beginning to end. Going to be a big number. He is most likely going to get himself in the lead. He only needs a 0.17, so he is destined for greatness after that wave. But here we go. Edgar Grosjean starting to warm up out here. He's got a 5.4 on his last wave, and now he finds himself in yet another kind of small wave, but he's been making the most of them. Gets the front 3 there with the grab. It's around this inside section. Little racetrack right here. Blows the tail. I mean, just doing the dirty work there on that inside. 3 big maneuvers right at the end of that wave. But do you think the wave height and the kind of the push of the wave is going to keep that score around the mid-range where he's been hovering so far in this heat?
Yeah, and he's kind of putting himself in that situation. Once again, he got a 5.4 for that wave. Straight closeout. Made the most of it. This wave is a little better than that, obviously taping off, but not as intense of a section that he had on the previous one with that closeout, but beautiful carve here, setting up things very nicely. Gets there, reverse again. He's probably looking the best in this heat so far as just putting on the work and confidence. You can see all the turns are very explosive and timing very well. But the problem is the size of the wave, and as soon as they panned out to his team, they said, uma grande, which means a bigger one now. Like, you need to get a bigger one. So I feel like they're thinking the same way as me. Like, you can only get so much of a score in a small wave on a day like today. The waves are fine. We've seen it 4 very good sets roll by. And the scoring opportunity on them are higher. But he is manufacturing waves out of scores out of nothing really. Mostly that 5.4. That was like a one closeout 2-foot wave that he squeezed something out of it.
Here, he's surfing above and beyond the waves he's been on. 8 minutes, 17 seconds to go. Edgar Grosjean drops a 5.5. That is making things interesting. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more at the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Stay tuned.
My house is 1 minute walk from the point. That's my house right there.
That's your house?
Yeah.
So close.
Yeah. This is where I grew up. This is my mom's house. This is my brother's house. This is my cousin's house. That's me in the barrel. I open my window and then I see all the wave and then I go straight to the point. This is the point, Punta Roca. It's a point break, so we have like a few sections. The first section is a little fast because you can get barrel or you can get speed and make that section and connect all the way. I like the barrel and then get some turns. Let's do it. Inside section is in front of the house. I think this is the best spot to go on the water. You can get all the way to La Paz. So rippable. Wow! Look at the next one. So fun. A barrel, air, and turn. That's the combo. Thanks for coming here. Let's do it.
Great behind the scenes look, literally behind the scenes. That is right on the other side of the road from where we're at right now. And you know, another awesome byproduct of El Salvador welcoming the surf world to their shores is we get to meet people like Ryan Perez. Might not have had an opportunity to become the global superstar he is without the events that have been coming through in Marina, the tourism board, and the government making this a real surf-friendly destination has paid off in so many different ways. You know, the events that come down here, for WSL, longboard, and championship tour events. The ISA has multiple events here. Alas events comes through here. It is really a prime-time destination, and the cool part about it is there's plenty of waves to go around. You know, I've been here for junior events where there's 600 kids in town, and you can still find a wave to surf. So El Salvador absolutely holding a lot of aloha. I have to find the Spanish word for aloha. Here we go. Perez goes grande, but goes down. 410.
That was massive.
That was huge. It'll be a good photo, but you can't run it because he didn't.
You can't run
bail.
Chris. You can't.
Maybe on your story, but not on your main page.
That is true.
Main page is for makes.
Or you just, you know, put an exclamation point there saying
almost.
Almost.
Yeah. If you run that, you got to write a caption.
Close,
kind
but
of
no
self-deprecating. This is cool either way, and he nearly nailed this.
And that's the freedom that he has to just try and catch smaller waves with the critical section and just try and go to town for it, because we've seen it at 5.4 from Edgar already, and what if he landed this? That was higher, more rotation, more in transition. Just landed on that little bit of the top of that foam right there. And as he was coming down, his body was in one motion. The board got a little bit stuck. You can see his front arm starts to go the opposite way that he should be going and get stuck.
You know, air traffic control would say with a 7.33 and a 6.80, Perez, you are cleared for takeoff. Go out there, go off, put on a show for all the fans in the grandstands and everybody watching. One thing of note, you saw in the piece that our experts behind the lens created for Brian Perez. Not a lot of stickers on his board a year ago, 2 years ago. Now he's all sponsored up, getting the attention and support he deserves. And if you want to see more cool behind the scenes kind of stuff like that Perez piece, great show produced in-house by the WSL called Inside Pro Surfing. Really the ins and outs of these events. There's 3 episodes up already. You can catch up on those when the contest wraps today. I'm not just saying that and glazing the show because I'm part of it. It is actually a real fun watch. It gives you deep insight to what happens in and out of the water at these events. So 2 minutes left. This is a different story than 20 minutes ago, where we felt like Miguel Pupo was on top of the world. One big fall at an inopportune time has thrown this heat into kind of disarray for Miguel. And meanwhile, the hard work that Grosjean has been doing has him in second place for now with a 5.5 and a 5.40. Perez kind of ran away with this at the beginning. You know, it was a pretty clear-cut advantage once he dropped that 7.33. So it now comes down to this. With a minute 30 to go, Miguel Pupo, a veteran, making a untimely and uncharacteristic mistake on his backhand, trying to get rid of a 1.5. So he needs a 4.90. I mean, that is, for Miguel, that's, you know, 3 turns.
On a day like today, too, like, it's just finding a wave with a decent pace and a decent size. Doesn't need to do much. But the problem is the clock. It seems like there's a few waves approaching, but that one big fall so far really making a difference. That wave probably had a 6-point range opportunity, scoring opportunity for him. Falling that second turn really cost him. But it looks like he's going to have a chance.
Sammy is looking a little stressed right now, although he's got a good poker face. Can't really tell what he's thinking. Here we go. And we know every Pupo in the world right now is standing up, ready for this. Miguel Pupo takes the low road, nails that oncoming section, comes around. He's got a beautiful open face to work with. There we go. The 1.5's gone. Now he needs to surf for above and beyond a 4.90. So far, so good. A beautiful style, precise. Straight up to the lip again. Okay, now I can say it's safe to say none of us were worried. I mean, this is Miguel Pupo. He's that good.
After that first turn,
you knew
the amount of possess that he had on the front foot, on a critical section like that, with the pressure that he dealt with, that he's dealing with, I already knew he was going to finish that wave off. Like, that was beautiful from Miguel and expectable. Like, you cannot make heats against those surfers getting the worst waves. They're going to get the best of you at some point.
So if you're a coach, you're saying just get better waves.
Yeah.
Get better waves than your opponents.
You have to put yourself in the best opportunities. You're going against the best in the world. You can't really outsurf them. Like, no one really can outsurf each other. You know, like, every once in a while that'll happen, but you got to be on the best waves.
Well, we know. Miguel knows. Sure, the judges know, and it's locked in now. Perez with the win, Miguel Pupo with the buzzer beater. Lifted all down to the wire, but he got enough. Fortunately, we lose Edgar Grosjean. So he's got a string of 17th place finishes. He's got to get things back on track if he wants to make that cut. We got more surfing to come. Liam O'Brien, Alejo Muniz, and Levi Slauson take to the lineup. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Be right back.
tardecita haciendo sketchbook en el Cerro Verde.
El Cinturón de Fuego es una línea de volcanes que atraviesa prácticamente todo el país, de punta a punta, y forma una parte súper esencial de la geografía del país. Los volcanes son un elemento que representa un montón a El Salvador y también a mi arte, porque es un elemento fuerte, quiere decir que el país también está lleno de mucha fuerza. Estos se consideran como símbolos nacionales del país y son bien reconocidos no solo por su historia, sino que también por su gran presencia visual. Y es una fuente de inspiración increíble para dibujar, siempre los incluyo en todos mis paisajes. Siempre tiene que haber olas, palmeras, montañas y volcanes, porque es lo que más representa a El Salvador y eso es lo que representa mi arte también.
Welcome back to the lair of the Pink Panther, Brian Perez. Convincing victory in the heat he just served, and there he gets a hero's welcome back to the rocks. Well done, Brian Perez, just adding to his number of heat victories here at Punta Roca. And let's get to work. 31 minutes, 19 seconds to go. We're gonna start with surfer in red, Liam O'Brien. Another super stylish, technically advanced surfer. Just a pleasure to watch. Right when he gets to his feet, you know you're gonna see good, clean power surfing. Lets the tail drift a little bit there, gets the layback. Just casual, nice and fast. Nothing wrong with that wave from Liam O'Brien. That was fun to watch.
That was. The only thing that kind of caught him like off guard, it looks like Alejo took off on that wave because Alejo has 0.5, and we can see it on the replay as he took off. He looked about 3 times backwards to see if Alejo was making a round, and that kind of set himself in a bad rhythm just on the beginning of the wave until he reset it. But it just shows how important it is for you to start on a good note, to set yourself up for success throughout the whole wave.
As we see our lineup in the water now, the international superheat right here, Liam O'Brien, Alejo Muniz, and Levi Slauson. Levi got the wild card call up. He is the highest ranked North American surfer on the Challenger Series, which will be starting in Australia. This is his first career championship tour event. He's had a couple seasons on the Challenger, started in 2022, got 95th, and re-qualified for the Challenger Series in 2024, at 20th place. I mean, that is a huge result on the Challenger Series. Liam O'Brien got 3rd place here in 2023. He had a stellar run back then. So this wave definitely suiting Liam's style. So with 29:25 to go, let's take a look at what happened here. So that's Alejo Muniz in the blue.
Yeah, you see Alejo just too deep, and you can see Liam O'Brien taking off. As he was paddling, he looks back. Then once again, he looks back, and then he looks back a 3rd time. So that kind of sets him up on the beginning of the wave in a bad rhythm. Usually you take off, go straight up down the bottom, or generate speed down the line if the wave's running, and he couldn't really do that. He kind of had to be on a pause. But then once the wave slowed down, he reset it again and went to town and had some beautiful turns. That's why he got the 5-point ride. But realistically speaking, if he would have taken off with priority on that wave, he was probably going to be looking at a 6.5 or a 7. But this is a beautiful turn from him, beautiful laybacks, always so stylish. Engaging that rail, bringing both arms backwards. Very nice to watch, very technical. And this is when he's on a good timing already. Like the beginning was kind of set himself up. Alejo kind of put him in a weird spot.
So the scores come through for Liam O'Brien, a 5-point ride. Nice mid-range start there. 28:22 to go. We got a hero on the glass from right here in beautiful El Salvador. Brian Perez standing by with Rosie Hodge.
That's right, Chris. Well, hi, Brian. Thanks for hosting us. Convincing win in that elimination round. What does that do for the confidence when you're putting up those good numbers and beating your competitors like that?
Yeah, first round I was a little nervous. It was always like first heat is like you're nervous, like the first heat, especially I was with Italo again, so I was like I need to go big, so I was just trying to go big. The first hit, but no payoff. But in the heat, I just want to have fun in the water, just enjoy my time, catch the wave, and just having fun, just letting go everything, enjoy that I'm here with my family, with my coach, with the people that come to the city to support me. It's beautiful to see.
And I'm glad you brought up Italo because you did match up with him in round number 1. You met up with him last year, you defeated him, and you will be meeting up with him again in the next round. What do you make of that matchup?
Yeah, always fun to surf with him. He's next level surfing. Like always when I surf with him, I need to go big. If not, he's gonna take it. So last year that's what I did. So just focus on my surfing. I know that I can put bigger score in the board. So just keep my plan and. With my coach Marcelo always support me, and then my mentor Gain too. So super stoked to have them with me, and then we are ready.
Already loving the matchups that we're seeing, guys. Back to you.
Okay. Like that, confidence. Is it fun to surf against Italo? I don't think that would be fun. I'd be very nervous and
he usually
worried.
smoked me, so yeah, wasn't that fun.
Not that fun. But you got to have that kind of attitude, and I think for Brian Perez, he knows what he's capable of. The problem is when you're going up against Italo, he doesn't have to be on the best waves to win. He can do it by any which way but lose. Here we go, Levi Slauson representing Encinitas, California, putting a score on the board.
That's a beautiful pace wave, nice set. Digs that inside rail a little bit on that third turn, cleans up here. Now the wave gets a good pace again, starts to bowl out, beautiful snap. One more, looks like he's gonna go for a closeout. That's money turn right there. Finish it off, definitely on a higher note. Had glimpses of excellence on that wave. First turn, nice setup. This one, he really pushes that back foot. Uncontrollable control. That was very nice turn for him. Kind of lost the fins, but regrouped it very well. And then here on the inside, he gets up in vertical. Lots of spray up the top. And for me personally, the next turn he's gonna do to finish it off is not this next one, but still when the closeout comes, you're gonna see him push that back foot, get all of the 3 fins out the back, still come out with control and very clean. Smaller surfer in size, so very stocky, like a lot of balance on top of the board.
It's really nice when you can surf with, that much aggression, but make it look nice and smooth. He did a, machine gun succession of turns on the inside, 4 turns in a really short span. Sometimes that can look kind of wild, but he made it look really good. So that was a really nice finish for Levi Slauson. He is your event wild card. But if you've been watching surfing in the past few years, you no doubt know who Levi Slauson is. He had a 5th place finish on the Challenger Series at the Corona Saquarema Pro last year. He had a 9th at the Sydney Surf Pro. He's won a ton of junior events. And he dropped a really sick edit called Hard Reset about a year ago. He is on the Sharp Eye program and coached by Matt Myers, who's got a rising squad of crew that he's been working with that have been putting up some big results. Watch out for that Matt Myers camp. Everyone with the score on the board, but the highest goes to Levi Slauson. So compare those 2 waves, right? Levi, a similar turn down the line, but powerful each and every time he hit the lip, compared to what Liam O'Brien was doing, more carving, cutting back, silkier, a little smoother. But why was Liam's wave a 5 and why was Levi's wave a 7?
I personally think there was nothing to do with the surfing. It was all to do with the strategy of the heat on how Alejo took off on that wave. And Liam O'Brien, as he was paddling, he was looking back, took off, looked back twice. So that just set him up to miss that first section. You see that he had to kind of carve halfway through to generate speed because he kind of wasted speed and time looking backwards, which it's not a mistake. He had to do that because he had to kind of pay a close attention to if Alejo was going to come around the section. So I think that was the only difference. Levi took off straight top to bottom, massive 2 turns, and that was the difference in between them 2.
Yeah, it's funny if you've ever surfed with pro surfers in the lineup, when you're looking back at a pro surfer, 99% of the time they're going to make the section. Yeah. That's what, don't drop in on a pro surfer because they're probably going to make the section. So that was what was kind of sketchy for Liam O'Brien, is because Alejo is so fast. I mean, the fact that he didn't make that section was pretty surprising, but cool that Liam was able to capitalize. Here we go, Levi Slauson Foam climb, get himself back on the open face, up and out, the wave kind of dying beneath his feet. Wise decision not to waste any time.
Yeah, I think it's smart. Like he has the freedom of just picking anything in front of him and try to capitalize on that 7-point ride and apply more pressures into the opponents. Obviously, because he also knows there's not been any sets with more than 2 waves, so he can give him that opportunity and come back out and still get priority. So smart of him to do that.
22:22 on the clock. Little texture on the water, at least from the booth, but let's get it from the source. Strider Wasilewski, conditions update, please.
Definitely got a little texture out here, a little cheese breeze, but that is a great win for air. So I'm hoping to see some above the lip action now. Just turn up the volume. Let's go. Only got a couple heats after this. We're basically picking the eyes out of what we have on the conditions and the swell. And every day the tide gets really low and the wind picks up. It's kind of like Groundhog Day, but it's very consistent with that. So right now, there's a little bit of wind on it. We're going to see some high performance surfing. I can't wait to see Sauson go up above the lip, and I think Liam O'Brien, that guy is just an animal. Can't wait to see some more action out of him as well.
Strider, at the beginning of this heat, we saw Liam O'Brien looking back at Alejo Munoz, who got kind of caught in the whitewater. From your angle, was it kind of a risky decision, or was it pretty clear that Alejo wasn't going to make that section?
When you're in that position, you see that there's always that question: is something going to happen there? But I feel like Liam, he kind of had a pretty good pulse on the size of the section, thinking, I don't think Alejo's going to make it around this thing, but Alejo's a really fast surfer, so anything is possible. But then, you know what? Liam cleaned up on that wave, just took that thing to town all the way to the inside. So, it was a smart move for Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, so far that mid-range score of 5. Gonna feel pretty nice for Liam O'Brien as a start, but Levi Slauson with the 7-point ride and now backs it up with a 2:17. He's in the lead. He's in third priority. Alejo Munoz, with nothing right now, is in that top priority spot. So now we wait to see what happens next.
And that's just the difference that we're talking about, Chris. Look how he took off, went straight off the bottom and a massive turn into it again. A very bully section, very critical. Then right here is that usual section that you kind of got to just time it well and make sure when the wave gets a good pace again, you start going to town. That's what he did. And every turn getting a little better and finish it off with a beautiful finner right there.
Replay, it just makes me like that wave even more.
Yeah.
Levi went off on that wave. And here's your judging components for maneuvers. They're looking for variety, innovation, creativity. They don't want to see the same turn over and over and over. They also want to see you risking it. Commitment and degree of difficulty. Do some hard turns. Do some challenging tricks. Make us worry a little bit that you're going to make it or not. Big airs and innovative maneuvers, of course. A big air is awesome every time, but these days, you gotta land them clean. We don't want to see you, rolling down the windows, laying back in the whitewater. We want to see nice, clean bolts, landings. Of course, that combo. That's what makes it so fun to watch. When you see a guy do an air, turn, snap, reverse on the inside. We want to see video game surfing. And so far, that's the type of waves that have not only been the most exciting to watch, but also have been granted the highest score by our judges. Our judges are well aware of the difficulty in different grabs, spins, of course, the power surfing element to that. What we just saw in Levi's last wave, if you're uninitiated to professional surfing, you might have thought those turns were all really similar, but the nuances, each and every turn had slight variations to it, different kind of rail engagements, and that's why he has the highest single wave score of this heat so far.
Yeah, I mean, there was 5 criteria right there, and he went above average on all of them. The only thing that he kind of, if you try and pick it apart, the flow right there, there's the third turn that he kind of caught the rail. That was about it, but everything else is pretty impressive. And obviously no innovation, but the rest, everything was pretty spot on. And that's why the score came in just 7-point right. Critical, variety. Like you mentioned, not huge variety, but slightly better every other turn and slightly different. Pushing more the rail, engaging the rail more, throwing more the fin on the last one. So above average surfing, no doubt about it for Levi Slauson, and starting off with a banger of a 7-point ride, which today it's going to feel very good.
That's a keeper. 17 minutes, 48 seconds to go. Here's what we're looking forward to for the next couple of heats. Short day, potentially, but an impactful day, definitely. Cole Houshman, Al Cleveland Jr., Ian Gentile. That is a super heat right there. Then you've got Ryan Callanan, Imai Kalani DeVault, and Sammy Pupo. These next two heats and the two heats that we've seen here in the men's elimination round are going to be factors as we edge towards the mid-season cut. What happens within the next few hours is going to be either a blessing or potentially disastrous for the surfers that are losing out. Is that too much? Am I making too much of it?
It's reality.
That's
you
reality,
can't run from it. Like, those guys know exactly what you're telling right now. And actually, they feel way more than you're actually feeling.
They're more worried than I am.
They're way more, yes. I've been in that situation before. I've actually been in a heat with Ryan Collum and Seabass at Karamas on round 2. And when we came in, me and Ryan made the heat. Seabass lost. We all kind of had a shocker. And Doc came up to me and Ryan. He was like, we couldn't even recognize you guys out there, pretty much. That's how nervous we looked. And then obviously as the heat goes on, you start to clean up a little better. There's a slow heat, but that's what he said. And I'm just trying to tell people that are watching how much pressure they have to deal in this round specifically. Can't recognize a surfer that you work with your whole life?
Yeah.
Or you watched your whole life as well, you know?
Yeah, it's so funny that surfing is such a release for most of us that do it, but then you get in a pressure situation like this on the championship tour with the best in the world. You see the surfer coming up next who will be in a red jersey. Cole Houshman needs a big result to stay on track. And just to the right of him, Dog Marsh, one of surfing's
As we're talking
decorated
about
coaches.
him, he actually has Ryan coming up pretty soon, right? On the last heat, I think Ryan will be facing Samuel Pupo and Imai Kalani DeVault. That's a stacked heat.
There has been, in hanging out over there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, some different approaches. You got Al Cleveland Jr. right there, headphones, hat down low, sunglasses on, bamboo whistle around his neck, his good luck charm. And he's just kind of quietly getting in the zone, and there's other surfers in there smiling, and it's kind of that, nervous smile, like everything's fine, I'm doing great, can't wait to surf. But you know that the gears in their minds are rolling. This is a huge moment, and you cannot understate the importance of not being eliminated this early. There's the cut is looming. It's around the corner. It will happen in Australia. The final heat of the Aussie treble. There's 3 events. But if you're sitting on a couple 17ths, 1 event win, you're probably going to make the cut. Again, I'm not great at math, so kind of just
I think you're right.
Thinking about that here. So anything's still possible, but if you go into the Aussie treble with a trail of 17ths or 9th place finishes, you got to get moving. You got to get some big numbers, or small numbers, I should say.
Yep.
Firsts, seconds, thirds. This will help you avoid the slash of the mid-season cut.
And this is a trouble for Alejo. Alejo still hasn't made through the round of the 3rd round yet. He's only had 17s as his best result, so it's time for him to catch up. Like, you don't want to live it for the last 3 events. He obviously is the surfer with the most experience here. Already done some damage on tour before. Obviously he fell off, stayed out for a long time, but now he's back on and opportunities in front of him, as long as he has a few waves rolling up to him, sitting with priority right now.
A little bit of context here. His best result on the championship tour, his 2 best results were in 2011. Remember when we had the Rip Curl Search in San Francisco and the Quicksilver Pro in New York? That was a minute ago. So you need to find that form. 35 years old, still super young. 7th year on tour with a break in the middle. Shaper SRS Surfboards. His coach Adriana de Souza. Tell us what Bombinhas, Brazil is like.
It's a beautiful place. One of the capitals of diving in Brazil.
Levi Slauson now. Back at it. Looking to get rid of a 217. Goes for the tail high reverse, makes it, and then gets out of that wave with 12 minutes and 52 seconds left. smaller wave, but he was sitting in third priority, so why not roll the dice and see if a little section presents itself? And it did, so potentially going to get rid of that 217. Out the back, you've got Alejo Muniz with priority, and he is going to use it on this wave, and it's looking like a gem on takeoff. We'll see what it does down the line. Nice whip snap to start. Setup carve, building speed. He definitely is a surfer that uses every part of his body to generate speed down the line. A cool, unique style. He goes to the air, upside down, front side 360 air into the flats, gets the grab, perfectly executed on the finish. So there's a big difference, right, between just an air reverse or front three and going upside down like Alejo did. I feel like the judges are definitely going to give him a lot of credit for, you know, how intense that finishing maneuver was. That was really cool.
I'm really impressed on this event itself on how the surfers that have the guts to sit for 20 minutes are pulling it off, and that's just show that they have a clear path in front of them and they have a clear strategy, identifying that they have to be in the best wave no matter how much time it takes. And Levi up and riding right now.
So Levi, deep bottom turn, huge snap to start this wave. Comes around the section again, hammers it. Setup turn there, gets the finishing section, blows the tail, rides out clean. High performance, radical surfing from Levi Slauson.
We have a heat in our hands.
Yeah,
Chris.
that Alejo's wave really kind of changed the feeling of this heat. Now things
changed the pace, the energy.
Yeah.
Do you see how much energy Levi already put in his wave? Obviously, worse waving quality compared to the one before, but that first turn was massive and risking everything down the line for that first turn and finish it off even better this time. Both of those waves are going to be very good scores, and both of surfers are going to be happy with the outcome of it. Look how much he commits on this first turn right here.
How good is Levi's bottom turn?
Yeah, like it sets you up for success right there. Just the angle that he was able to get, and right here, cutting it short, just kicking that tail as hard as you could. The first bottom turn, beautiful. Look how much release he's going to get. He's going to have that board slide, and then the fins engage once again. Straight into another bottom turn. Gets up in vertical. Maybe a touch late on that one, but that's okay because the commitment was there on the first turn. And then right here, cuts that bottom turn short to get up in vertical early enough. Pretty much disengaged half of his board out the back. And came out pretty clean. And this is Alejo, beautiful way for him. He's going to start off with a powerful snap right there. Then right here, kind of the same thing as Pink Panther, like sets it up down the line. Doesn't get caught thinking he needs to do something right there. Beautiful floater, gaining speed. Nice snap, very quick, aggressive, and finish it off with a banger. Tail high reverse. On the bowl, very tight on the pocket.
I mean, he's inverted.
Lends it perfectly.
That is so hard to do when your tail hits first like that. He whips it around. Look at the composure. So clean on the ride out.
No mistakes on that wave. There was not one rail that got caught. Very clean and aggressive surfing for Alejo.
Judges liked it. 6.7. I mean, it felt like from the jump, Liam O'Brien had the edge on everybody, but things have just completely flipped. Levi Slauson with a 7-point ride. Just replaced a 1 point something with a 293, but we're still waiting for a score, and we think it's going to be a pretty decent chunk of points. He annihilated that last wave. It does come through at a 6-1-0. That means Levi Slauson's now sitting on a 13.10 total. In the lead, Alejo Muniz now has jumped into second place, but Liam O'Brien holds priority, and his backup is, well, if you consider that he will have to think of the 5-point ride as a backup at this point, he's going to be right back in this with another 5 or a 6-point ride. He only needs a 2.21 to get through. But you can't discount anybody with 8 minutes left. I mean, there will be a lot more surfing happening. Here we go, Alejo now fighting for a backup score. He's got a 0.5 to get rid of. He's already done that. So whippy tail slide there, gets around the section. Love that high speed Lamborghini-like surfing. Oh, I'm sorry. Lamborghini is reserved for Liam O'Brien. Let's say Ferrari-like surfing for Alejo Muniz. All right, so intensity now rising for Alejo Muniz. 7 minutes, 35 seconds to go. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with the culmination of our elimination round, Heat 12. Do not go anywhere, please. We'll be right back.
El Surf Seat del Salvador Pro es presentado por Yeti, hecho para la naturaleza, por Corona Cero, hecho con ingredientes 100% naturales, y también por parte de Surf City El Salvador, hogar del mejor surf.
5.5 to go, and straight out of the break, we're going to go to red, Liam O'Brien. Smaller wave, but a nice little runner, hugging the rocks, spinning off down the line. Has to kind of do some work to set things up. He is hoping for a big finish. Ooh, I like that little layback snap. Has to opt for the late hit on the inside section. Good. Was it great? Wasn't a great wave. It was really nice surfing, but you need to get something bigger and better than that if you want to keep the pace that's currently being set by Levi and Alejo. Taking nothing away from how he surfed that wave. Did get a 5.33, but he needs a 6.15 now.
You kind of said exactly what I was going to mention. Like, this scale has been set pretty nicely and very spread out nicely on this heat. And if you compare, he needed a 6.48. It has to be something in between Alejo's best wave and Levi's backup. And it just didn't have the criticalness or the progressiveness on it. He surfed as good as you could, had some, excellent turns there, but for the sections that were provided to him and not something of substance. Like Alejo had that big first turn, finish it off with a beautiful rotation, and Levi had that first opening and finish it off with that blowtail. And here, feels like he's just trying to catch up and trying to identify that nice bowl that it's steeper, but it's never really given him the opportunity. Did as much as he could, milked every ounce out of that wave, but yeah, it definitely was clear in my head that that wasn't going to be the score, and I feel like he probably felt that same way. You could see on his body after he finished off the wave, like, hey, I need something else. Like, this is not going to be it.
I'm going to consider a wave like that as a placeholder. I'm just going to put this here for a minute,
and I'll come back.
Go find a set.
Well, the problem for him right now, I know for a fact Alejo's not going to give him an inch.
Oh, yeah.
And
Alejo's
I bet you Levi won't.
Alejo is not a guy you want to be in this position with, because he will not give you any space. He'll go into attack mode.
Yeah, he has to. He has to defend. This is one of the best surfers in the world.
That's the QS grinder in him that has never left. 3 minutes, 14 seconds left. Either way, though, thinking back to the Liam O'Brien wave, I mean, that's just one of those surfers that you see him on a wave like that, and you just think, I want to surf like that. I mean, like a goofy-footed Liam O'Brien.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see if, look, Alejo's like paddling underneath, probably going to give the right away to Liam O'Brien to the side, He's trying to get under him a little bit more, so.
So Levi's the furthest out with priority. Alejo's second priority, so they're in perfect order. What do you think Levi, put your coach hat on, Jesse. What do you think Levi needs to do for the next 2.5 minutes?
Well, I think Levi sits in more of a comfortable spot. If you think about it, I think Leon is going to be needing something close to an 8-point ride to get to him, and that's a big score. So he doesn't need to be like so tight close to Leon. He just needs to come on the next best wave that comes, next best set that comes to the lineup. But Alejo needs to obviously be a little closer to him, and as you see it, he kind of lets him get the inside right away to give Alejo a little bit more time to decide if he wants to pull the trigger or not. And that's what's happening right now. It's like, hey, like identified this is not a good wave to get a 6.17, I'm going to let him go. Would have him been deeper, Leon might have tricked him just by paddling and making him think and having less time of reaction. So smart of him, and he's doing that once again. Like, he was deeper, but he's paddling a little bit underneath to make sure he gives him enough time.
You know, one thing with that Alejo has learned after all those years on the QS and the Challenger Series is how to hassle. You know, he is kind of the prototype surfer you do not want to be behind in priority for the last 2 minutes of any heat, anywhere, point break or not. But that being said, there is an unpredictable nature to the ocean. He's going to have to make a decision here. And he's going to let Liam O'Brien go. Liam O'Brien looking for a 6.15. That's not going to be it. More waves coming through with a minute to go. Now Alejo moves to the inside. Alejo's still holding that second priority spot. So that was a risky proposition, but Alejo did his research on that wave and saw that it was going to close out right where the takeoff zone was.
And that's the heat IQ that those guys have. Would have been deeper than Liam O'Brien. He had bigger chances of pulling the trigger, but he was a little bit wider, gave him the chance to have another look at the wave and saw that the wave was stretching down the line. And Liam's gonna have to pull the trigger on this little wave here.
Could be a grower, you never know. It's not, sorry. 20 seconds left. Big ups to Levi Slauson. Seaside Reef Lot Troll, done well down here in El Salvador. Dropped a 7-point ride, paired it with a 6.10. Nice and consistent down the line. Big surfing from this Encinitas local. Alejo Muniz, the tactics get him through a 6.7 and a 4.77. That's enough for second place. The entire parking lot Seaside is down here right now, so you should go surf there if you want to get waves. It'll be one of those rare days that normal humans can actually get waves out there. So with 3 seconds to the next one, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more. You're watching the Surf City El Salvador Pro. Stay tuned.
The elimination round continues. Fun, rippable waves here at Punta Roca, and getting things started, the Maui boy, Ian Gentile. Nice, clean projection float. He is absolutely flying, anticipating a bottom turn into a nice, clean arc, holding the rail for a long time and hits the lip. Gentile full wrap into the guts of the wave, and now a setup wrapping turn. Setting up a nice cutty again. Ian hits it through the white water. Creating some space towards the end section. It will be a tail drifting finish for Ian Gentile. Well timed, getting the opener of a big matchup here in the elimination round against Cole Hausman and Al Cleland Jr. Hi, everybody. This is Mitchell Salazar, great friend, great surfing mind, and a really important heat for all three of these surfers when you break it down. Great to see Ian on the first wave. Gave me a quick flashback to his semifinal that he had out here at Punta Roca a couple of years back.
Yeah, and a blue-collar type of wave right there, Joe. Meat and potatoes type of surfing, but most importantly, getting on the board. It seems like it's been the best strategy so far today, despite having much better conditions today, though. But as you said, big heat out in the water, Joe.
More waves wrapping through. Gosh, Punta Roca delivering here into the elimination round. Hauschi lights up the first section, rips it off the top. Big bottom turn, crushing that rooftop hack into another big blow. 6'3", 225, using it on every single section. And little slingshot wraps now through this inside corner. Hauschi throwing some water to the sky and cooling everybody off here at Punta Roca. Solid rhythm for the powerhouse, second season on tour. Had a 17th here last year when he went down to O'Leary, so he's inspired to try to make a finals day out here.
Yeah, that's a tough matchup you're mentioning against Connor right there, somebody who's made it into the quarters before, and very similar styles, Joe, but Hauschi right here, he went to town on this one. We'll look at his wave first. So off of the bottom, very well in the pocket, and as you said, Joe, a lot of these goofy footers, they really want to find these waves with the pocket. He definitely did. Consecutive maneuvers right there on the backhand, a lot of speed, especially in transition. That was major right there, Joe. And then eventually shoulders off right here at the end of it, but still a lot of spray even with these non-consequential maneuvers, and you know, he's making things work out there at the moment. But the pacing on this one, Joe, going top to bottom the entire time, and as we talked about in the few days leading up to this one, always coming from behind the section. You want to backdoor that lip line just a little bit. He is so smooth in transition, especially on the backhand, Joe. Just seamless surfing by Hauschi.
Even those filler moves were moves of substance, which really stands out for Hausman on this wave. If it doesn't show any downtime, it doesn't ever appear that he's late. They felt meaningful through that rooftop hack.
Absolutely.
Kept on swinging through the inside, so Hauschi in a different position than he's been in compared to a stellar start last year as a rookie. As we'll go to a quick comparison to Gentile's opener.
I'm a big fan of this wave, Joe. A lot of speed down the line right there with the first turn, more of a setup float right there. But this one, you called it smooth, Joe, off of the bottom. Held that rail for a long time, straight into the second bottom turn as well. That was some incredible stuff by Gentile. And when we talk about consequential maneuvers, there are a few on the wave right there, especially in the mid part of it. And a lot of patience right here, Joe. He's done well in the past, as you mentioned, semifinal before. So just made sure to wait for this wave to stand up again and get this last turn in, but a lot of downtime in between those last few maneuvers. But what I will say is that he tends to be one of those guys that coming off of a quick start, he gets going in the back end of the heat. So transition maneuvers, yes, surfing on rail on point, and it seems like the two mayhems out there so far have been working great at Punta Roca.
Hard not to think of Strider when you say mayhem. Ian Gentile, big opening on this heat. Was what'd you see?
I saw that driver just flying through the water. I mean, there was a lot of speed. He's so big and lanky and smooth. It's hard. It's easy to lose the perception of how fast he's really going. And he was just using that speed in the lip, in the corner, the carve down in you know, the transition, and then straight back up into the lip. And that was only the first third of the wave. And that's something I want to get into here. This wave is 700 yards. I mean, it's ridiculous how much, you know, they're covering here on this lineup, and it's just incredible to watch the amount of, oh, here we go, out the back. Look at this wave. Bango straight up into the corner. Big Al, another one. Whoa, straight through the lip again. Go, the Mexicanos just feeling it right here. Beautiful surfing right there. First 3-4 turns, coming to the inside. Take it away, Joe.
Allen belting it there, now getting down to this inside, floats it. Another stretched float, he will get stuck on the final section, but he did some beautiful surfing up until that point. Had great flow, great tempo. He was playing the drums on his lap, staring at the lineup in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and he's still feeling that pace and rhythm on his opening wave.
Yeah, consequential maneuvers on the outside right here, Joe. Strider was mentioning, you know, that little crumble in the last heat. We definitely saw it on this wave, first one of the set, but always surfing in the pocket, especially on the forehand. It is so difficult to stay right behind the white water the entire time. Good variation right here, Joe, but the presence of speed on this wave was definitely noticeable. And at this point, you're just thinking, okay, give me one more section, and you don't commit to those floaters too much because they're really sections that don't stand up a lot. So it's going to be an error right there at the end, but did a lot of excellent work on the outside. And we talk about the Alan Cleveland foul from Timmy Patterson. It looks excellent so far, Joe, but 3-4 consecutive maneuvers on the outside, and all of them were different. Slight variation on those maneuvers, Joe.
Viva Mexico, viva Pascuales, the rookie on tour, getting the late call-up with the announcement of John Florence going sailing this year. And he's turned into the mascot of the tour, Captain Good Vibes,
Yeah.
says hi to every single person at every event site we've been to. Carries a little portable speaker with him, always playing music, jamming out, and he has just been a thrill to hang out with this season on tour. Still just 22 years of age, enjoying a rookie season, and really the big statement, creating history for the country of Mexico. First ever to represent Mexico full-time on the championship tour. And great representation there. Always happy, always charging. We saw a huge performance from him in the Olympics last year.
Oh, yeah.
In big conditions at Teahupo. For him, he's hoping that he can get ahead of the cut so he can experience that at the CT level at the end of this year.
Yeah, and you want to be on the right waves, right, Joe? You got 3 different waves coming up in the Australian leg, and right here, close to home in El Salvador, you want to get a strong result heading in to those next 3 events.
Wild card victories this morning for the men. Levi Slauson on the glass with Rosie Hodge.
And Seaside doing so well. We had Alyssa Spencer making it through. Yesterday, Jake Marshall won his heat, but nice to see you, Levi, on the glass. How does it feel to get that victory and keep that momentum alive?
Oh yeah, it feels great. Yeah, surfing alongside Jake and Alyssa here is pretty special. I don't think there's ever really been 3 San Diegan people, let alone Encinitas people on the CT before. So yeah, it's been pretty cool to see them shred. I mean, Jake's been on the tour for years, and he always kills it, but yeah, it feels great to be here. I'm just trying to soak in as much as I can on all this.
Your surfing's looking strong, but you are surfing with an injury. Tell us about the ankle.
Yeah, the morning or the day that they told me that I had the wild card, I went out and free surf and tore the ligaments in my ankle and actually almost broke my ankle. I have a really bad bone bruise, so pretty much every wave I catch is excruciating pain, but I'm at the CT, I can't complain. So yeah, just trying to push through it and yeah, just be on the right waves, and like I said, just soak in the opportunity to be here for sure.
Really tough. And then also saw Jake Marshall having a couple words with you. What was the takeaway from that heat?
Yeah, I mean, he always has something to say to me for sure. He's got a ton of experience and like such a good surfer. So yeah, of course I try and listen to him as much as I can. But at the end of the day, I also got to trust my own instincts. And yeah, I mean, I really want to be here full time at one point. So I'm just trying to kind of learn it all for myself and also take knowledge where I can get it.
Well done, Levi. We'll see you that next round.
Loving it, Rosie. Thank you so much. What a class act, this kid, Levi Slauson. He's been coming for a while. Never got all of our attention when he was just throwing up little sneaky clips. You're like, oh, this kid's looking pretty good. Then he translated the clips into competitive success. Man, through some pain, doesn't really look like it's affecting him because he's been really affecting the best in the world full time. Can't imagine what he'd be doing injury-free. This is what we saw go down during the catch-up. Cleland coming close.
Oh, he was so close to landing that, Joe. Just the back foot slipping off, as you can see right there once he landed. And it's just going to be a throwaway for him, but it's a good indication of things to come, especially after dropping his his first score, Joe. But you know, just going back to Levi, the impact that Al has on him, they're real good friends. So having that kind of camaraderie in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Slauson comes from a great family. His father Solomon lives in Baja California right now, and you know, he mentioned San Diego. They're making them proud. You know, they have a lot of great surfers. One guy that I travel with that has a house here too, Skip McCullough, an amazing surfer from La Jolla. You know, it's an area that maybe doesn't get as much representation as they should, but they've always had outstanding surfers and amazing waves down there in South County.
It's such a great relationship in our surf culture and world when you think of Southern California, especially San Diego, and crossing the border into Mexico and going down to Baja. I mean, you go straight to the Al Cleland story. Al Cleland Sr. getting photos at Imperial Beach in Surfer Magazine. And it was just so common. The waves are good across the border. You're heading down south. For surfers that don't know Spanish, they're learning how to order their tacos, learning how to find waves down there. And, you know, for Levi, that really stretches the coast when
100%.
you have some resources in different countries that are about, you know, a 45-minute drive down south.
Yeah, and I think another cool thing too is that there's exchange of culture right there, Joe, literally in a matter of minutes. And that's another cool thing about this location in particular. The local wildcard, Brian Perez, is literally steps away from the house he grew up in, and you know, just having that local comfort, obviously the exchange of cultures right here, but most importantly, despite competing against the world's best, you're getting to know people on a regular basis, day in and day out, Joe. So seeing that, it's been awesome to see the development of somebody like Cleland so far.
And it's been awesome to see what he's done so far, more specifically at Pipeline to kick off his rookie campaign on tour. Stop number one was one to celebrate for Al. Big heat that he had when he matched up with Jack Robinson. Let's check this out.
Alan Cleland Jr., first professional surfer on the championship tour representing Mexico.
Congratulations on the tour this year. Thank you so much. We worked hard for it.
I'm really stoked to see Mexico represented on tour. He is an absolute weapon of an athlete.
I mean, look at where I came from. Who's a blonde kid living in the middle of Mexico and likes to surf? You're gonna create a monster, you know?
Kind of take waves from those guys. Now I'm like, I'm here too, bro. What's up?
This guy's got depth, but he's got charisma. He does it his way. He might end up being the mascot of the tour by the end of the season.
I've been fighting for the past 4 years for this. I put my life on the line for it.
Hola, senor! And back door! Coming out again!
Almost was like, oh no, I'm gonna straighten out for the score. And then I was like, you know what? I'm Mexican. I go all out all the time.
That's what we've been loving about Al Cleland Jr. this year. I mean, think about making that big of a statement, surfing-wise, personality-wise, in your first time on the championship tour. That was big. He even started before that when he was at the WSL Awards. He actually looked at John and said, thank you so much. And that was impromptu. He didn't know he was going to give a speech. He went for it and just brought the house down. Cole Hausman just got a wave as we were watching that piece from Al Cleland Jr. at Pipe. He had a 5.83 start, so that's his second scoring ride. Lost to Connor O'Leary last year in his rookie season to get that equal 17th. This is what happened.
Yeah, it's a good backup. I don't mind him selecting this wave at this point of the heat, Joe. Beautiful second turn right there. I mean, for his size and his weight and height, he is so quick in transition. Look at the way he just bottom turns into the lip right there. And that board he's riding just looks incredible. Just released the Big Rig model with Mayhem, so don't know if he's riding the 3.0 or the Big Rig driver at the moment, but whatever it is, it looks like the timing is perfect on this one, Joe. Release of the fins right there on the backhand. You can't really think of too many other people that can match Cole going right, especially on the backhand, Joe. And we just talked about the transitions. This wave has so many similarities to both lowers and uppers, two of the premier breaks that he grew up in over in San Clemente, excuse me.
That's right. He's really effective with his backhand. And we talk about the challenge of bells. Well, he proved that he could win bells in his first try at it in that final over Griffin Colapinto. Strider, you've seen a couple of rides from Cole. What have you been liking out of his act on his backhand today?
I just how big he is. I mean, he's 225, and the guy looks like You know, he's just super agile and quick, and I think that all of his training is obviously, you know, paying off. I mean, you have to have those twitch muscles. You have to be able to use all that and in a flowing manner. And the way that he attacked that last wave, how quick he was to each and every one of those sections, and then on the inside, it was just lightning fast. The board was whipping up and down so fast, it just looked like white lightning flying off the lip every time. So I really enjoyed, you know, all the elements that he's putting into his surfing. And I think, you know, Mitchell touched on the board. I mean, just looks like he's connected. The whole thing just feels so, all is one. The surfing, the wave, and the board just look like they're all connected. So really fun to watch that. I'm just enjoying the, you know, fellow goofy foot attack. I mean, Salazar knows he's a goofy foot.
I'm with you.
I seen you getting after it, but you're not as fast as Cole. I'm just gonna say it.
He's pretty quick.
I'm trying. I gotta lose some weight still, but I'm getting there.
I saw you got moving. You dropped a 9 the other day. At a left down the road.
Somebody put a 4.5 on the comment. I was like, I think that's much more like the actual score that it would have been.
Well, Cole's got moving quickly and building his reputation on tour just right before our eyes. And we see this happen sometimes where you have a ton of rookie success, then you regroup and you want to repeat that same type of feeling. He's going to enjoy being a defending event champ for the first time at one of the longest running events on the calendar. When he gets to Bells, we're able to catch up with Cole right before the start of the season.
I don't know. I feel like I was just surviving, honestly. As much as it looked like I was comfortable, I was just like, make the cut, like finish top 10, like rookie of the year. Like I just had all these things like going through my head, and I was like pretty survival mode. But I feel like I was able to kind of narrow it down to like, frick, this is like the dream I'm living, you know? Like I'm living my dream, my 10-year-old kid dream. So I was just like, enjoy the journey and kind of like find the moments to like have fun, and it's like not always just about the result. And I think that in a whole kind of helped me like just like enjoy the whole year. And then for me, when I'm having fun, it's like I'm doing better. So I think just have fun, be positive, and then it's kind of what I learned.
If you don't mind me mentioning something, Joe, there have been few people, especially goofy footers, that have done well at Bells the way he has. Most importantly, he had to go up against one of his best friends and mentors in the final when he was losing the majority of it. And that success, look at where it's put him at right now in his career.
Well, there's a bunch of things that he was counting his blessings for last year. He was having just that rampaging crew that he was a leader of through the Challenger Series. It was something we'd never seen before, the camaraderie from San Clemente specifically. Bonded together as a unit, and they just produced spots on the top 34. You know, when you think about Cade Matson, Crosby Colapinto, the addition of Eli Hanneman as well. You know, Jet was right in that picture. They just had this crew that was undeniable. And then when you get on tour, they're looking at your best friends and you're all doing it. That just gives you instant belief.
Right.
And for Cole to look at Griffin in the final, he's like, hey, we're just right back home doing our thing. And I think that really helps you know that you really do belong.
Yeah, and I think another major thing too is that he was kind of the catalyst for the people that qualified from the North American region that year too, won back-to-back events on the Challenger. Not many people have qualified on the Challenger Series within the first 4 events alone, Joe, and he's one of them.
Cole Hausman has taken the lead with that last right, 5.17. Cleland Jr. to second. Gentile has the best score of the heat so far and is waiting with priority in third. Be right back.
shall we?
Set up your fantasy lineup now on WorldSurfLeague.com. It's a great time to shuffle your team. We've made elimination, so you actually can change your team if you picked one of those surfers that were knocked out of the event. Make that adjustment. Little tip as well, open up the heat draw. Make sure you don't have friendly fire, matchups against your own teammates. Set up that team for success. And thinking of success in fantasy, if you picked Gentile back in 23, you got 54.58 points from that semifinal run where he got past Jack Robinson, got past Joao Chianca, ended up losing to Felipe Toledo in the semifinals that year, but their best scores were almost matched, 8.67 and an 8.60. This is really the platform where Gentile showed the entire world what he can do.
He had that crazy alley-oop in that heat too, and was very close to making the final, but you know, he's very underrated when it comes to heavy water waves. Great in Tahiti, excellent at Pipeline, Joe. He's made it into the semis over there. But of course, coming from Maui, you surf a lot of different types of waves, especially point breaks like the one we're at right now. Always kind of had the same height throughout his youth, right? He kind of hit that growth spurt when he was 13, 14. He's been the same size since, but talk about a smooth style, especially going right at a point like this.
You kind of knew what it was like to go viral before there was a thing called going viral, when he got a perfect final in the NSSA Nationals Open Boys. That was 12 and under at the time, and he got 2 10s. It had never been done before. Right around that time, he had a free surfing clip, and then Andy Irons made a comment, oh, this is the best junior surfer in the world right now. It just, his profile couldn't have just catapulted to the sky any faster. It was just a fast road to the top. Got big sponsors, big dreams, big goals, and believe it or not, it led to him actually to quit.
Was that at Lowers? Or was that already in Huntington when they were doing that?
Oh, going back to the Nationals final? Yeah, that was at Lowers at the time. And you just couldn't say his name enough back then. It was just so rad seeing this kid so good so early. And now he's bringing it as a replacement surfer for Medina this year. Opened up with that 6.67, Mitch.
I'm a huge fan of this. So pause it right there, guys, if you could. So right here, Joe, he has the section right here to really go all out with the carve, right? So go ahead and play it. That's the section that he's eyeing for the one carve on the screen. He's going to come around the section and pause it right there. So in transition right here, if he brings it all the way back down, you're thinking, okay, this wave especially is going to run back down the line. And you're thinking right here, okay, don't go too far back and pause it, guys. So for most people, you're already thinking, okay, I'm way too far back. This is really the section that I'm looking at, and go ahead and run it. And now right here, when he's coming out of the transition, look at how much he holds the bottom turn right here, and he's already eyeing up this section. But because he had a great read before he paddled out for the heat, he already knew what that section was going to do. Slowed it down, accelerated, went back up to the lip. Great read by Gentile, Joe.
Well done, Mitch. Posture and precision. He's like a praying mantis. Ian's always poised, spring-loaded in his stance, knees slightly bent, arms engaged, but never wasted. The guy is just lethal with a big open face hook. Never looks like he's got any predictable surfing down the stretch. And let's see if he can repeat that same magic that found him in the semifinals a couple of years ago. So he's been dealing with the cut. Now we'll have a few more tries to get there. Since Medina is still out, he's just kind of waiting for the status of Gabriel to see if he'll get more chances. But, you know, going on to say he's the first call-up for an injury replacement, so any injuries that happen, he's getting the first phone call for this first half of the year.
And you take advantage of the few opportunities you might get, Joe. So those points are counting, regardless if he's a replacement surfer. And as of right now, has the highest score of the heat, the 6.67, needs less than a 1. And look at the proximity of Cleveland right next to him, basically underneath with second priority. And, you know, we're getting to a point of the heat where 8 minutes, okay, you're starting to think, which wave am I actually trying to select right here with priority? And if you're out and you don't have a backup score either, you also need to get things going. And that's why Haoshi's approach, especially that 517 selecting it, that's what we talk about, the long period south swell right here. Yes, waves are perfect, but that doesn't necessarily going to guarantee that you're going to have 4 or 5 sets per heat, Joe. So if you see something out there you can get a score on, you might as well go.
Good point, Mitch. 7:50 on the clock here. Surfers are standing up on their boards trying to see if there's anything coming through. We have one more heat to go for the elimination round. It's Ryan Callanan, Imai Kalani DeVault, and Samuel Pupo. Once you focus on the narrative for these back couple of heats, it's all surfers that really need big results here at stop 4. Al Cleland, 617 start. His dad, Al, a pro surfer, getting shots in the mags, representing San Diego. His mom from Mexico. And bringing the great energy to the tour. Meanwhile, Cole's trying to create some space around the corner here. And ends up repositioning. Al Cleland Sr. Always prepared with binoculars.
And that's a cool tee he has on right there. MexBite from Joe Estrada. His son Quetzal actually does the broadcast in Spanish. And MexBite, of course, the Mexican pipeline over there in Puerto Escondido.
As we watch Cole just up and out. Using a fiberglass prototype future fin. Fins for Al. Timmy Patterson template for futures as well as he's driving into that section. Throwing down the wrapping turn. Smaller wave to engage with here, but he had a .93 to throw away.
Intelligent, Joe. This was a smart move for him. 6:30 on the clock. You need to get going, add some pressure to Gentile, especially with him holding priority for so long. This is the smartest move you could have made right here.
Al Cleland Jr., U.S. Open champion, kind of showed how he had more depth than just charging big conditions and heavy beach breaks and reef breaks around the world. This is what Cole did. Kicked out. Al picked up the rest of it.
Well, smart by Housey to try to go and improve on the low 5 that he already had, but Cleland with higher priority right here. Nice 1-2 combo on the outside, and that gets to work. Really, when this wave steepens up on the inside here, Joe, that's a beautiful carve. But unfortunately for him, the wave flattens out. He gets a backup though, and at the moment extends his second place positioning.
3.67. Gentile now needs a bit more, 3.17 to move to the top 2. We've had some wild finishes. Crosby yesterday chasing a one ranger.
Oh my.
Just barely got it. Then we saw Sawyer looking for the same situation last night and couldn't find it. She recovered well though this morning. She got through to the round of 16. And she's got a great matchup. It's kind of rad, little youthful story. Goofy Foot, Sawyer will have Lakey Peterson in the round of 16.
Former finalist Lakey Peterson, I like that one.
And you know, Sawyer's been making a couple of mistakes. You know, Snake's aware of that. Lakey's been a bit polished, the experienced veteran, picking the right wave. So that's a great clash to look forward to in this event. And if you're just joining us, Brian Perez, successful this morning as well.
He surfed great.
Back-to-back wildcard wins, changing up the flow of the tour. And even though it's early, it affects the world title race, even though the first big thing is the mid-season cut.
And you put people on notice, too. So that way when they come back and they have to face you again, now you know what you're going up against, Joe.
More fans will gather for the Perez show.
Oh,
as
here we go.
Finally are seeing what we've been waiting for. Sun's hot, surf starting to pulse. High performance point break here at Punta Roca coming to life here. Priority is with Gentile. Surfers know that he wants it, so they back off. Belts it vertically. Flows right into a wrapping turn. Needs a 3.17 for second as he throws that cutty into the pocket. Quick jam off the lip. Extending that hack with a lot of water off the tail. Whipping it in the pocket again, and he changes gears with speed so well. Housey on the one behind him. Hoping to get out of the 5s, and by the looks of Cleland, he went out of the screen out the back. And putting a lot of power into the finish is Cole Hausman.
Wow.
Al Cleland snapped a slide. Enjoying the coping at Punta Roca. Throwing down a nice little slice in the pocket again.
Wow.
Trying to spray Housey on the way back out. Al driving through that section. Nice float again. And punching it out with the fin drift. Al Cleland Jr. Buenísima in that performance.
Yeah, carnal, you're getting there, my brother. 3 minutes, and How was that exchange, though? I'm excited. This was a necessary exchange, an important wave for Gentile. How she made sure to get on a wave and try to keep Cleveland off of the second one. Unfortunately for Al, there was a wave, a third one in the set, Joe. This is what we didn't see all the way on the outside, a lot of speed. That's a lip line floater right there, a long one too, and this is where he caught up. Strong carve, but really got to work on the inside. Had to match the pacing of the wave, very well read here on the inside, and that's what we saw, Joe. Consecutive maneuvers in a row, huge ones too, where he just blows the tail, reads it well, manages the speed, and most importantly, he just made sure to go for broke right here at the end, Joe. Not knowing what happened on the first two waves of the set, and even the cleanup right at the end. That was some outstanding stuff by a former Olympian. And of course, Haushi, he wanted to get things going, Joe, trying to improve on a 5.17 at the moment in the lead. So really, not a whole lot on the outside, much better right there. Great transition with the speed into the lip once again. Surfing in the pocket. That board looks incredible. This wave kind of shouldering off on the inside right here. Does very well just to stick with it and gets a dagger to finish too, Joe. What an exchange.
Gosh, that's what Punta Roca is all about, and Gentile started it all.
And this score's already in, Joe, so it comes in as a 4.5. And I don't blame him. He had to go on a wave. He was waiting for so long, and you don't know if there's going to be a set with multiple waves. He had to go on the first one. Outside section is great. That's a nasty turn on the inside, though. And then, unfortunately, I think the one thing that let it down, really those sections weren't as steep as he was hoping for, but it's a backup and currently puts him up into the top two, Joe.
Yeah, like you said, a tough one for Gentile. Having first prio, you know, the whole advantage there is to pick the best wave of that set, and he definitely was on the third choice in hindsight when you look back at that entire exchange. So 4-5, he ripped it, but now he's going to be in third because Cole and Al, the waves behind him, ended up getting their best scores of this heat so far. Haushi 6.63 to Cleveland 7.67.
Wow, what an exchange, though, and with 40 seconds right here, Joe, I mean, as I said, I feel for Ian. I don't blame him for going on the first one. You've waited 20 minutes for a wave. It hadn't popped up, and you were holding priority for that long, and right here, still needing close to a 6, Joe. It ain't impossible, and he did recover priority outside.
Tough for Gentile, knowing that the third place here is a 33rd. And it's a season where he's keeping points as a replacement surfer, but he's 26th in the world. He's had 3/17ths from pipe to Abu Dhabi to Portugal, and now a 33rd here in El Salvador, where he had a semifinal in the past. Gentile will regroup and kind of wait to see what his status will be for the Aussie treble as a replacement surfer, but one man that's celebrating is Al Cleveland Sr. Proud of his boy for a great show, belting those turns of the pocket. 7.67 to get the heat win, advance with Haushi into the round of 32. Up next, Callanan takes on Imai and Samuel Pupo. sweeping turn, and Italo winds up a massive rotation. Sun's hot, it's blazing. Feels like we've been here for a long time. It's still 9:45 in the morning, so we can still say buenos dias. Ryan Callanan, Imai Kalani Duvall, and Samuel Pupo get to surf Punta Roca by themselves. You know, they've earned it. You've made the championship tour. You're already called the best surfers on the planet, and all three of these guys have given us major highlights over the years. Our Cal, he's the vet. The goofy foot representing Meriwether Beach in Newcastle. Had a stellar junior career, was kind of famous for being an acrobat, really. Yeah. He got cover shots of magazines around the world, kind of being upside down. This cartwheel he basically did above the lip was unbelievable. Kind of brought the best of his inspiration. So best friends like Craig Anderson, looking at mentors like Luke Egan. It was pretty common for four-time world champ Mark Richards to stop by the Callanan household, and he certainly did when Ryan originally qualified.
That's awesome, and nothing better than really getting your props from MR himself, as you mentioned, four-time world champ. But yeah, definitely an acrobat, but excellent on the backhand, Joe. There was one heat in WA a few years ago where he got close to a 10 with a two-turn culmination on a huge wave. Great in everything, but as you mentioned, he is really good on the backhand when it comes to transitional maneuvers. Should be expecting that. This is a difficult heat when it comes to the rankings, though. Everybody number 30 or lower when it comes to the World Championship Tour ranks.
Ryan Callanan went on his social media recently and let everybody in on that injury that he had to his leg, actually surfing a wave at Pipeline. Kind of didn't think it was too bad and tried to push through at Abu Dhabi. That ended up telling him he had to take some time off. Missed out on Portugal, even though he was so ready to compete. So he knew he just had to have a throwaway. It was a smart move just to get to 100%. I sat next to him on the couch yesterday in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and I just asked him, how's it feeling? He's like, oh, I'm fine. Feels great, ready to go. And he showed up on dark this morning, did a little extra long stretch to prepare for this heat today.
Yeah, and there's a big difference competing in cold water temperatures, especially even when the temperature outside is cold too. When you're coming to a warm water place, muscles are way looser. It's much easier to get warmer and really ready for a heat like this. But you know, coming up against Imai, Samuel, two guys that excel in these types of waves, Joe, especially Samuka, one over at Snapper. He's an incredible surfer when it comes to variation and just lightning fast surfing. I'm excited to see him, and it seems like he has pole position all the way on the outside.
Sometimes when you have a big brother that's so solid and has accomplished so much, those can feel like some big shoes to fill.
Definitely.
Or like, what size are your zapatos, as you would say. For Sammy, he kind of made his own mark, you know, in his rookie season and was able to be a top 10 guy, you know, just kind of took over, had a final in Brazil, and then you started to see the showman in Sammy come out, feeling the energy of a local crowd. He's one of those guys that really thrives off his support crew, giving him the energy to perform. And if he gets a bit of that from his big brother Miguel and the rest of the Brazilian Storm, I bet he's going to do some crazy things in this heat.
I'd almost guarantee it, Joe. It seems like Rhino here looking at the first wave of the heat.
Callanan, 32-year-old, starts with a nice clean backhand snap with the slide. Clean route to set up a second move. Classy backhand surfing, extend a float to now drive into that section. Kept his balance there off the top again. Laying down some clean decisions. Hammers that section. Right into some flow and throwing some water. More vert on the finish. The Aussies are gonna love what he did there. Richard Dog Marsh with the hat on. O'Leary, George Patar, Joel Vaughn enjoying that show, providing some support to the Aussie veteran.
Yeah, and that was a very intelligent way to start off the heat, Joe. Astute surfer is Callanan, as you mentioned. He's had multiple stints on the championship tour, multiple-time finalist at this level as well, but this is really a blue-collar type of wave right here, Joe. Great first turn all the way on the outside, and you know, as a goofy footer, I think we've all experienced the right-hand point break that just runs on you. You want to make sure you're matching the pace and the timing of the wave. So these transitional floaters are very important, especially when you're coming off of the bottom like he did multiple times in a row. Not pushing too hard, making sure You're just matching the tempo of the wave. But right here at the end, it slows down a little bit, Joe. So look at the bottom turn and look at the way he really excelled off of the bottom turn right there. That was a sick snap. And then once again, the 3 for 1 right at the end should be a great score to start this heat off.
Such great range and flexibility off the bottom.
Yeah, and that's a good point right there. Flexibility is definitely something that you need, especially with those long drawn-out bottom turns. Transition maneuvers once again right here through the mid portion. That's kind of the racetrack section. And right here towards the end, he just decelerates just a little bit, sets him up beautifully for this next turn right here. In the pocket, very well executed, Joe. A lot of spray, and then fits in 3 maneuvers right here in the end section, literally on the rocks. A great score to start off for Rye.
Ryan Callanan is going to hear the sound of a siete over the loudspeaker, getting a 7.0. Samuel Pupo getting started now. Nice, clean, precise bottom turn to wrap. Drives into the lip. Well-timed snap from Samuka. Hits it over the ledge of the rock into a float. And now winding up for a huge carve in the pocket. Slaps it on the inside corner and fades out. Talk about lighting it up.
Oh my, I love that carve at the end right there, Joe. A lot of energy and positive stuff for Samuka. That's what we talk about, though. You need to be able to replicate each and every heat, and it might have actually been a blessing for him that Miggy went and paddled out before, got that buzzer beater right at the end, and a little extra motivation right here, Joe.
So already have a score to compare it to. Ryan's 7. We'll see where this one goes.
Yeah, and the outside variation was awesome. So starts off with the carve, the second turn dynamic into the lip, very precise. A lot of energy right here, positive energy from Sam. And as you can see, slows it down, makes sure that he's matching the speed of the wave right here. And how's that dagger right at the end, Joe? Looks like Shohei Ohtani hitting the walk-off homer the other day. In the pocket the entire time, just making sure he's matching the pace of the wave. Some beautiful stuff in execution by Sam.
Imai Kalani Duvall will now have priority. He's just got to be settled because there's been fireworks by his opponents already. Imai trying to get on a roll here at stop number 4 in El Salvador. And let's get more of that Latin vibe. Al Cleland Jr. is with Rosie.
I love interviewing this guy. The energy is always infectious. And Al, that was a necessary heat win for you. How did you manage the stress?
Yeah, I mean, the waves are pretty slow. There's only been like 2 wave sets and stuff, and I kind of did that mistake of going on the wave Cole went on. It was a pretty small one, but I thought I had a good line, but just got to work on that, and ended up, there was a 3-wave set at the end, which I got really lucky because there's never 3 waves, and ended up being the best one at the very back. So yeah, I got a couple good turns off, and it felt good to come up on top.
And no doubt there's a lot of support coming from Mexico. Everyone online supporting you. A word for your fans?
Yeah, un saludo a todo México, un saludo a todos mis amigos, mi familia, y sí, aquí vamos poco a poco, viva México y tratando de agarrar un poco de olas. Vamos!
Thank you so much, muchas gracias. I mean, for Mitch, you're from Mexico as well. Are there different words you hear in El Salvador compared to what you grew up with, you know, just with different accents?
Yeah, definitely. You know, it depends on the region. Even within Mexico, there's a lot of different ways you can kind of not only pronounce a word, different kinds of meanings to certain words. So Al's just, I would say, about a 8-10 hour drive south of where I'm from. So there's already some good variation right there. I've known that kid since he was 4 years old, though, and seeing him succeed the way he is right now and just really enjoying his life. You know, that's the main part about it. You want to see people succeed in life and be able to enjoy things. As you said, he's the people's champ for a reason, Joe. Everybody loves him because he's authentic. He's himself.
So great to have him representing the tour. Big heat win, and like Rosie told him, it was very crucial because he really needs to move up on the ranks to get past the mid-season cut. You love exchanges like this because the Red Bull Athlete Zone likes to get wild when they see some really good surfing here. Ryan Callanan en route to his 7-point ride.
And already the reaction, I can see a lot of those guys right there, especially Connor, who's his best bud, Joe. I mean, we talk about transitional turns. O'Leary knows all about it on the back end. But that kind of support goes a long way, dude. And especially when you're coming off of an injury, you haven't surfed at the last event. This type of surfing is necessary at a point break like this. That turn was awesome. And then this little combination right here at the end, Joe, fitting in multiple maneuvers in a really short space and getting appreciated by your peers, by your mentors, and of course your friends that way. Nothing much like it.
And what a great recovery from fracturing the fibula in his leg at Pipeline. and right into a 7 after taking a break and missing out on the last stop of the season. Put him right in the pole position. That's the comparison that the judges are trying to make with the regular foot performance of Sammy Pupo. Pupo's going to have a very serious score when they decide to put it in. And meanwhile, Imai's just hoping that he can be engaged right away. We talk about different accents from different countries that speak Spanish. I mean, there's different variations of pidgin in the Hawaiian Islands as well, going from island to island, you know, north side to south side. Imai Kalani represents Maui. His family's been there for so many generations. Imai Kalani means descendant of heaven, named by his great-grandmother, which is also a tradition in Hawaiian culture. The elders giving the name with the meaning that they choose. As we look at the score now in for Samuel Pupo, it is a 6.9, so very close to Ryan's start.
Yeah, I think just, you know, the shorter impact of the maneuvers were obviously scored very high, but they wanted to see just a little bit more. You don't necessarily count the number of turns, though. You count the quality of them, but it is a longer right-hand point break. We saw 7 already, and we saw the 7.67 from Alec Cleveland Jr. in the last heat too, which is comparable. You can use those other waves and look at the replay. Chucky Regano doing a great job up there with the judges at this event. But, you know, you pointed out that kind of spirituality that Imai brings and his Hawaiian heritage, the way that he's connected with it, the pride that he carries with that, and of course, you know, heavy lies on the shoulders too, Joe, because that's really where most people say that surfing originated from. So you're a descendant of the heavens, as his name says. Most importantly, you're a descendant of the people that came before you, especially those surfers from the beautiful island Maui, Joe. Oh,
so much talent coming off that island with depth as well, you know, from the crazy Maui windy conditions that have created some of the most groundbreaking airs we've ever seen. When you go to Albie Lair and Matt Miola and the crew, you know, and there's a lot of moves in surfing that are kind of be landed for the first time, especially with the introduction of the wave pool systems around the world. And oftentimes I'm just going, okay, I better talk to Miola about this one, you know, especially with the flip rotations and back rolls and different types of grabs. And it's funny with pro surfers, sometimes everyone's calling it something different. You know, I think until you get those repetitive airs that you see more often, then the name starts to stick. But there's been a lot of one-offs lately, especially in the wave pools, where you're going, okay, we got to everyone have a meeting together and start having a little naming convention.
It's very true, as seems like live action here, Joe. Sam?
Sammy Pupo already with a punt. Backing up the 6.9 as Imai stepping into his first wave of the matchup. Nice silky carve to open up a big blast there. Well timed around the rock. He's going to have to move quickly to catch up to Sammy Pupo. He'll get out of the way, blows the tail, but can't hang on. So looking to really match or do better than the start of Sammy and Ryan. Imai's well aware of the numbers that they got, and he knew he couldn't afford to fall. Well-timed second move. He'll, you know, he'll get some points there, but didn't capitalize on all the scoring potential on that ride.
He was on his way, and after waiting close to 15 minutes for that wave, I mean, what an exchange when it comes to him having the outside turns, and especially with the comparison of Ryan's wave and Sam's wave already on the board. Probably would have been a huge number, maybe even the best of the heat, if he's just able to close it out. Seems like Ryan here now, Joe, using priority.
Ryan Callanan rolling into this one, already has a 7-point ride. Nice hammer there to get this one going. More of a bowled out section. Drills the lip late to the next section, but gets that JS under his feet for a moment. He went extra critical on maneuver number 2, but it did put him a little bit behind, and the thing just ran down the cobblestones. 7.0, well, there's his backup.
Yeah, I got caught between two minds, it seems, after the second turn. Was probably thinking, okay, maybe if I get one pump in, I can make it around this section, but was really close to finishing the floater. I think we'll really be able to see it on the replay, Joe, whether this is complete or not. It's going to be close, though, and then Sam seemed to have gotten something on the inside, too, so he's also going to get a backup, but waiting for 3 scores right here, Joe.
Sammy Pupo getting a second scoring ride to go with his 6.9 on the wave before Imai Kalani defaults. As we see him coming to the screen, there was the punt.
Yeah, he was way outside on this one, Joe. There's Punta Roca right there. So has the air, literally does the lip line hit right in front of the rock. And that just cleans it up on the inside. Make sure to add a few extra points if you can right there. And then Imai already on the outside. So delayed takeoff for him. That was a major turn right there, Joe. Just massive in the pocket, a lot of power and spray. And then right here, I'm thinking, okay, just make sure you're doing things right. Taps it, and then goes a little too big for how that section was. And just unfortunately, Joe, an unforced error for Imai on his opener.
Then to Ryan's wave.
Well, this is the combination that you called it. A lot of spray on that first one. This is a massive second move, though. And look, right there, he's probably thinking, okay, like maybe I can make it around it. Maybe I should just go for the tap. I feel like at the end, that's probably going to be incomplete. But that's a hammer right there, Joe. And just a little off timing for that last one. Yeah, I feel like that's going to be deemed incomplete, unfortunately. You want to straighten out and make sure that you're in control and show it to the judges that way.
Gosh, absolutely blitzing that section. Tail chuck with power. That's the package that Ryan Callanan brings. And needing a solid run now. Already having a throwaway with missing an event. Not getting through a lot of heats at Abu Dhabi or Pipeline. Dealing with that injury. So now's the time for him to perform. He's got some fun events to look forward to. He's had a lot of reps at Snapper. You know, he was on tour when that was the season opener as a rookie. And as we know, Ryan's been through quite a lot in his lifetime. Losing his parents and then qualifying for the tour and trying to deal with that as you're traveling around the world. He's got so much heart and such a class act. As we look at Imai Kalani DeVault pushing that float down the line to cover some space. Big old tail waft. Now he's out in front again. Jams it, throwing some water. More intensity out of Imai on this wave. He's got a little wall to play with. Tail chuck again. Comes down with the white water just to put this thing away. And he's actually opened up a little bit more for a little end section turn. Britt Merrick likes it. His opener was a 5.57 with the fall. Little smaller wave on this one, but definitely more intensity.
No doubt, and you know, probably thinking it's going to be close to the 7 and the 6.9 that we've already seen in this heat. A lot of major moments right there. I mean, especially when you include the amount of power that he's putting and strength into each and every single one of these turns, Joe. They're impactful. So lip line floater right there to begin with. That's a major turn right there. Fully releases the tail, and the amount of control that he has to have to manage a speed that way, especially going down the line. Great read from Imai, and this is where it slows down. Want to make sure to keep those rails going, though, just in case you need to regenerate speed. He does. Blows the tail around, more of a 180, then cleans it up right here at the end. This is really intelligent surfing, Joe. Somebody that's competed for close to 2 decades right now, and outside maneuvers were impactful, Joe. I mean, deep bottom turn, the CI looks amazing under his feet. That's the Imai DeVault that we all know, though. Big blow tails on the outside with a lot of control, but really those power turns when he's able to get the right section, Joe. To me, one of the most underrated styles on the World Championship Tour.
I like that call. Explosive blow tails, different in variation to the section. His setup work was brilliant to set up even bigger moves as this thing went down the line. This is where it really started running in front of him.
Yeah, and how intelligent is he to be able to decrease the speed when he needs to, and then once again, if he has to go to the top third of the wave to regenerate speed, he does. And right here at the end, it's like, okay, I've already done my work on the outside. Just close it out. Smart surfing right there in a very close heat right now, Joe.
You're surfing for your shaper. You want to try to get into the finals day position. 10,000 points on the line for wins. To put up some numbers for the Vissla CT Shaper rankings. It's been all about lost surfboards, so Britt Merrick's on hand with Brent Power to, you know, be a force to be reckoned with. They always are. They're always in the top 5 every single year since this Shaper rankings was introduced. Patterson on the list at number 5 with Al Cleland Jr. and Italo Pereira. Not bad with a 2-man squad.
No, not at all. And DHD, they're at number 4 currently. They have a couple of standout surfers. Unfortunately, just lost Liam O'Brien in the draw, but they have Isabella Nichols, Ethan Ewing, of course, their staple. CI, though, they've made a big comeback in the last few years, Joe. They're at number 3. Can't forget about Marcia Zuvi, Taylor Clark, and the entire Sharp Eye crew, comfortably at number 2 at the moment.
You always wonder over time who is going to have the hot hand. Who's that shaper that everyone's going to be trying to call? And just for decades and decades, it was just the Channel Islands factory up there in Santa Barbara and Carpinteria zone, just getting so many phone calls. People just begging, please make me some boards. And for Britt's dad, Al, you see that Al Merrick name on a lot of the surfboards. His relationship with Tom Curran, Lisa Anderson, Sofia Milanovic, just naming world champions. Al's retired, and you know, Britt says he still talks about boards with his father. There's a bit of teasing happening there. They'll just look at it and just make sounds like, huh. And then they start cracking up. Just great relationship there, obviously, in the Merrick family. And now Britt keeping the family tradition alive. And I like how he's just been showing up more these last couple of years. And it's always great to spend time with Britt Merrick.
He's invested into his team, into the quality of his work, of course. And Joe, I mean, you come to El Salvador, you surf perfect right-hand point breaks in comparison to wearing a 4.3 or 5.4 all winter long. Of course you're going to come here to support your team.
12:55 on the clock. Backup score for Callanan, 4.83. So he keeps his lead. The backup for Pupo, where he did the air first, 4.67. And then last for Imai is his best by a touch, 5.9. Imai Kalani still third. Needs a 5.68 to get out of that third place position and avoid a 33rd. It's still the Aussie out in front. We'll be right back. It's time to get you caught up with all the action on this blazing hot Friday elimination round. Sawyer Lindblad had the heat last night, first heat of the morning, lost her heat with the highest score, and that was tough to swallow. Went into this heat, even made a couple little mistakes, but that backhand is just undeniable. Ended up turning in the highest score of the women's event so far, 8.17 to advance along with another surfer from San Clemente, Kirra Pinkerton. Snake happy with that one. He said, I'm getting too old for this pressure as a coach. Nadia ends up being eliminated. Then we go to the men, and it was all about the hero here at Punta Roca, the true local boy, Brian Perez, in his 4th consecutive starts. Just put on a show. These guys were going deep on the point, protecting their lineup. And when it got started, 7-3-3, 6-8 for BP. Eliminated the rookie on tour, Edgar Grangia. As the action continued, Miguel Pupo kept swinging into gear. A 7-1-0 helped his cause to keep himself in contention and to avoid that 33rd here at stop number 4. The Brazilian vet, always silky smooth, looked comfortable and composed this morning. Then we got into Heat 3, and it was all about Al Cleveland Jr. taking a huge heat win. He said he felt lucky. A set wave came. There was actually 3, and he got the last one. It was actually the best. So Ian Gentile had priority, went on the worst one. Cole went on the second one, and I was like, well, how do you like me now? Representing Mexico, 7-6-7, felt the flow. Big turns from Cole Hausman keeps him in contention in this event. Avoids a 33rd, moves on to the round of 32, and we lose Ian Gentile from the draw. Samuel Pupo now on his 4th wave ridden in the elimination round. Coming into this section, just chuck tail, controls it out in front for a nice slice on the open face, starting to bend into the pocket, already getting distracted to see what else is out there. And Sammy Pupo will step off. Surfers of this level, they can kind of tell where their score is going in their head, and he's like, yep, that one's done. It's probably a throwaway. Might as well get out of there. And you see this beautiful setup looking gorgeous, 10:13 in the morning. Had an earlier start to take advantage of a favorable tide, light onshore wind. During the break, though, Sammy Pupo certainly made some noise. Hang on to your pupusas. How about this one, Mitch?
Oh, he was frijolitos con queso the entire time on this one, Joe. This came in as the best of the heat, 7-1-7. How nasty was that right there? Blowtail kind of board slide, carve right in the pocket. And, you know, this was a smaller wave, but he surfed it so well in the combination of maneuvers. Just came one after the other. And we're talking about a lot of control with this wave right here, especially how difficult the maneuver exchange was. You know, reading these sections is never easy, Joe, especially with the little extra coping you have on it. But his speed management is so great, and that turn right here, really the money one. Look at the way he comes out of it. So much control, always well positioned on his board. And I feel like one thing that we really showcase a lot with Sam surfing is that he is so good in transitioning from being very quick to very slow, all in one heartbeat. And right now, 7 minutes to go, he takes the lead, Joe, in a big way.
Samuel Pupo, 7.17. Gets the best score of the heat, just over Ryan's 7.0. So now Ryan Callanan moves to second with priority. And Samuel just cruising right underneath Ryan Callanan there. Imai is the one in third. We'll have second choice of the next set. Chasing a 5.94.
And Joe, it's a good indication of how good the waves are when people are losing with 11, 12 points. And that's people getting opportunities, chances, and most importantly, they're actually surfing. You're not waiting around for all those kind of waves to come through. You got your chances out there and you're still trying to prove yourself. But right here, priority rotation at the end is going to be huge for Callanan.
And a very crucial one for our Cal. Came out blazing back in 2018, dealing with a lot, and came up on the podium in consecutive events, you know, winning or getting into the final in Japan. Went to Ericeira, won that. When you were doing well at the time on that kind of roll, you could be called up in the middle of the season to the championship tour, and that happened to Ryan Callanan. Got the wild card in France when that was still on the CT schedule, and ended up into the final with a good friend of his, Julian Wilson, and now they're business partners together. Callanan moving on from the Billabong team, and now teammates with Julian.
Part owner of the brand too, I believe, of Riviera Projects.
That's right, yeah. And just a headlining team rider. It's really cool to see that new brand grow. And also having world-class surfers being the bosses.
Yeah, and support small businesses, Joe. I mean, I just got a text from Dane Breimer, son of the great TK from Frog House over there in Newport Beach. Support your local surf shops, your small independent brands, Joe. I mean, that's really the core of the surfing industry right there, and it's really nice to see a lot of those new brands come and stoke people out. And there's nothing better than when you walk into your local surf shop, you get that kind of attention that you want, picking out a new surfboard, a new wetsuit. Nothing like it, Joe.
Oh, that's what it's all about. Working in a shop, that's every Grom's dream. And then you meet the sales reps and you're kind of hoping they might give you some stickers and you can pretend you're sponsored a little bit. As we watch Samuel Pupo going for the reverse. He's able to ride away. Callanan now getting started to improve on his 4.83. Picking up the pace, backhand float to cover some ground. Right into a bottom turn. Former runner-up at Bells Beach looking solid there. And now that pace of that section just waiting for him. A backhand special. He knows how to identify those in the set waves and cleans it up with a nice polished finishing move.
An astute choice of waves right there, Joe. Looking to improve on the high 4. Probably necessary at this point of heat, considering that Imai's gotten close to the score several times. Only needs close to a 6, and with just under 4 minutes, I feel like this was the right decision to make at this point of the heat, Joe.
Just such a smart wave selection. That's a happy little splash there for Ryan, knowing that wave felt really good. Floats it quickly. Imai leans back and crushes that section. Hits it right off the top again. Now starting to really bowl, and he is lighting that one up in the pocket. Big tail blow, and he ends up losing control. Felt like he had his rhythm. Every turn was getting more critical, and he pushed so hard on that one, but it made sense.
Yeah.
You can't really blame him for falling there. He had to do something explosive, especially on a section that size. He's been stuck in the 5 range. Unfortunately, though, he just couldn't hang on.
But it's, as you said a few minutes ago, these men and women on the World Championship Tour, they recognize when they need to go big or when they need to hold back a little bit. Don't leave it up to the 5 people up there, Joe. You got to make it clear and obvious to be able to get that score, especially if you've come close a couple of times. Still has just under 3 minutes, but a great exchange right there. And this one's heating up, Joe. I like what I'm seeing out there by all 3 gentlemen.
Down to 2:35 on the clock. Really important day here in El Salvador. Drama on the line as the first surfers are packing their bags and getting knocked out of this event. All that drama will be relived on the Corona Serapost show as we take another look at this set wave.
Yeah, so this was Sam's one air all the way on the outside. Ryan had higher priority, so drops in on him. Air is complete, so that will count. He's looking to improve on a high 6, and this is where he caught up with Callanan right here, Joe. Looking to improve on the high 4. It seems like he will. A lot of transition maneuvers at the beginning, gets to work right here on the inside. Great timing, especially when we consider, once again, how deep that fade on the bottom turn is. All the way top to bottom the entire time, and just cleans it up right here at the end. Some excellent poise and control of his emotions right there at the end, Joe. So it's going to improve his situation. And I'm a fan of this wave. Imai had a lot of speed. The great floater comes around the section. That's a big dagger in the pocket. Little bit of a flatter wave right at the beginning. This one starts steeping up. Major turn right there. And if he is able to pull this last one off, I'm thinking no doubt he's getting the score that he needs. An unfortunate and unforced error right there, Joe. And once again, the impact that these blowtails have, that's really Imai surfing 101. Had to go big right here at the end. Unfortunately, incomplete right there as he slips on the back foot. Still has a minute to go, though.
More waves on the way at a critical time in heat number 4. Samuel Pupo rolls in. Twist and wrap on that first section. Deep bottom turn, blasting the tail out. Now starting to drive into a little float, just still looking for sections. There's more of a driving turn into the pocket. Flowing off the bottom, stabbing the lip line. Draws into the open face again. Whips it out front. Throws down the cutback. His 6th wave, Ridden being the most active in this matchup. Now he's looking for a bowl. Hoping that he can finish with something major, but he's running out of room. The big hot rocks are waiting for him. One of them grabbed him there. So Sammy Pupo going the distance. Last 2 scores didn't factor in. Still held his lead as he took off for that wave. Ryan Callanan improved with his last 6.07. And Imai's last ends up as a throwaway with the fall as we've run out of time for Devault. Imai will leave El Salvador with the 33rd as he'll prepare for the Aussie treble coming up next on the championship tour. And Pupo really feeling like he's in a must-win situation. He knows what it's like to make the cut and to fall off at the cut. So he'll be reseeded into the round of 32 along with Ryan Callanan. Such a great, focused, controlled performance from the veteran Australian in that heat. Didn't really take any unnecessary rides and really had himself in an advancing position throughout the entire matchup.
Yeah, extremely efficient, as you're mentioning. Only 3 waves ridden, a 7 and a 607. Props to Imai, he went for it, but a lot of control in that heat by the surfer from Maresias, Brazil. Pupo moving through, Joe.
Pretty exciting day, a quick day.
Yeah.
And we've already found ourselves at the Corona Serapost show. We're going to bring in Chris Cote to lead you through all the big drama and the action here on Friday in El Salvador. We'll see you then.
All right, surf fans, prepare yourself. This is the Corona Serapost show, and this will be a short yet impactful show for a short yet impactful day. There is a very relieved Sammy Pupo fighting his way through the elimination round here from Punta Roca in beautiful La Libertad, El Salvador. I'm Chris Cote. This is Mitchell Salazar. That is Jesse Mendez. And guess what? It's only brunch time, so if you're going to drink brunch beers, make it a Corona Cero. That way the rest of your day, you know, you can still surf and do all that stuff. Because you know what happens sometimes at brunch. Things get wild. That can be a day ender. But we've got business to get through because the post show is happening before lunch. And before we get into that action, that last heat right there was yet another display of even the midfield on the championship tour has so much heart and so much just skill. It's like every single heat looks like it could be a final.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a really good indication of today, Jesse, were the scores. I mean, it reflected in the style of surfing. The waves were awesome. And I truly felt like today, even the people who lost excelled in surfing out there at Punta Roca.
I have no doubt on that. And the most exciting thing about it was actually, for me, this last heat. Obviously, I was paying close attention to it. And with a little bit of texture, the amount of water displacement there was and the variety, the speed that mostly a guy like Samuel carried throughout the waves was very impressive. And I'm happy to see him break through his performance so far this year, because we haven't seen it yet. And we know how good he is. He's top 5 material. If he clean up, get more maturity, and put his surfing in the water consistently, he's going to be very scary for the opponents.
And you got to feel for our surfers that bowed out today. Only a handful of them, but for those men and women that lost in this elimination round, it is a scary road to Australia, because we know those 3 events at the end, the beast, the end boss of the Aussie treble is that mid-season cut. So there's got to be a lot going on in the minds of guys like Imai Kalani DeVault, Grosjean, guys that lost here, knowing that path to getting past that mid-season cut just got a lot more difficult.
Yeah, and even with a waiting period, even knowing that you're going to certain locations that have excellent waves, people have had past results overall at those locations, you're thinking to yourself, okay, we're going to score the entire time, right? Yeah, you have 10, 12 days for a waiting period. That does not guarantee they're going to have the best waves at that certain location, Jesse. You know all about it. You could show up to a location thinking, okay, it's going to be pumping the morning of. You're still on, having a run out there in maybe 1-2 feet slop.
Yeah, and that's all because of the wind tide changes. And yeah, most likely you have 4 heats throughout a good day that is going to be firing, and the rest is going to be, more than a medium size, and then some of them even kind of bad, like you mentioned. So you just got to be ready for everything.
That's true. Well, enough of the sad stuff. Let's talk about the rad stuff. Sammy Pupo on the glass with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, that's right. It's good to see Sammy Pupo against the glass. Sammy, that was an intense heat. All 3 of you guys are in search of a result for your careers. Any added stress out there?
I think there was, but I was just trying to think that it was my first heat of the event, really. After like a bad heat for starting the event, I just want to reset and try not trick my mind to think it's only my first heat of the event, and I felt like it worked. Finally, I got some better conditions that I can show my surfing a little bit more. The last 2 events have been pretty stressful for me, just really haven't been able to feel like have the opportunity to surf, to show my surfing. So when I was paddling out, I was like, this is what I'm looking forward to this whole time, and I finally got the opportunity to get on a set wave and show my surfing. So I was super stoked about that, and just really calm, and I feel like I've been, unfortunately I have been in this position before, so I know how it works. And for me, when I saw the schedule for the year, this event and next 3 events is gonna be the ones that I really look forward to, going on my forehand, and somewhere that I can show my carves and get some good results.
And 14.07, your highest heat total so far. Does that feel good to be posting those kind of numbers again?
For sure, yeah, it feels so good. As I said, when you're making bad heats and losing, you just start to question your mind, and it's really hard to feel that way and not knowing if your surfing is there, but I feel like when I got the opportunity, I showed my surfing, and hopefully I can do that again for the next round.
Thank you, Sammy. Would love to see you go on a roll.
Well, that just makes for an exciting matchup in the next round. Sammy Pupo will be going up against Iago Dora. So let's cheers our brunch beers.
Yeah. It's a rematch.
That's a good one.
No alcohol
Most likely in good waves. So
the rest of our day is going to be awesome. All right, let's get into the thick of it. The saw blade came out today. I'm talking about Sawyer Lindblad. She got the highest wave score and the highest heat total of the women's. And it was fitting that we sent the women out early, because yesterday they had to slog through some kind of sus afternoon conditions. Well, this morning they were rewarded with perfection. All 3 of these surfers put on a show for us. Kirra Pinkerton proved that her power can get her through a tough heat like this. this was a great way to start our day.
Yeah, and definitely saw flashes of brilliance from Kirra. It's not her first time surfing at the CT level. She's done it at the US Open. Of course, she's done it at the Surf Ranch too, Jesse. But when we just talked about power matching power, we saw that on display this morning from Pinkerton and, of course, from the heat winner right here, Lindblad.
I was waiting for that moment for Kirra to actually open up and use all the leverage that she has, and she's a tall girl, so she displayed that. And it seemed like everything was going against Sawyer, and all of a sudden, she gets that last crack up, finish it off the wave, and gets the win on the heat, and saves herself from an elimination round.
Yeah, this was just clutch. A clutch performance from Sawyer. You know, I don't think we were worried about her yesterday, but anytime that, you know, these top-tier surfers wind up in the elimination round, you gotta think, oh no, what's gonna happen tomorrow? But obviously Sawyer had a lot more positive energy than that. Snake's hyped, team's
Snake
hyped.
has energy.
And look at that face
Yeah,
right
he
there,
does.
pure relief. That's stoke and relief mixed up into one. Surf City El Salvador Pro live from Punta Roca this morning. It was just a pleasure to watch the women take to the water. Just 2 quick heats, but they were definitely important for the future of all 6 of the surfers involved. For Lindblad, you know, going up against 2 basically wild cards, knowing that they had nothing to lose, she had everything to gain. She had to get through that heat. She did it in a big way.
Yeah, and has the highest number of the women's events so far. And once again, she readjusted after that loss yesterday, having the highest number of that heat, Jesse. Most importantly, didn't commit the same mistakes she did yesterday in this heat this morning.
Yeah, I agree with you, and it kind of started to get very sketchy for her. Like, it seems like the other girls were like getting a little gap on her, and all of a sudden, with the back against the wall, had the opportunity and actually had probably the best wave, the most well-surfed wave of the heat. And that just shows she deserves to be here. She knows how to deal with pressure and move on to the next one.
Well, from the women, let's flip it over to the men. They had great conditions early on this morning as well, and all eyes were on the rock dance as these surfers made their way out. It was Brian Perez, Miguel Pupo, and Edgard Grosjean. We saw fireworks early from Brian Perez, the Pink Panther. After waiting out a quick restart, he went to work, dropping a huge number on this wave, a 7.33.
Yeah, and as you said, got to work quickly and handled the pressure very well too, especially after being relegated to this round yesterday, guys. I was very impressed. I thought his wave selection, Jesse, was on point. Of course, living steps away from this break. Most importantly, though, the variation maneuvers going up against 2 of the world's best on these waves.
I think on a wave like this, Mitch, the wave selection is not a trouble for the surfers to identify which wave is good or not. It's just having the guts to wait for the set, because obviously we have so much time in between them, and he showed the maturity of a veteran to just wait his turn in line, and he put himself in the best 2 waves of the heat. That was very impressive from him. And mixing it up with excellent surfing right there and finish it off strong. Like, it seemed like he knew exactly what he needed to do when he came to work today.
Well, he's a steady competitor and obviously has so much knowledge of this wave. You knew, you know, for a fact that he was going to get the best waves of this heat. Well, Perez almost, you know, had this thing locked up, so it became a battle for second place, and this was the wave right here, the buzzer beater from Miguel Pupo. Surfed it just beautifully, stylish flow from the jump. That first maneuver set him up for greatness down the line.
Yeah, and currently the number 10 in the world, but he had an incredible start to the year, both at Pipeline and in Abu Dhabi. A poor result over there in Portugal, Chris, but a huge bounce back and really a buzzer beater wave right there at the end for Miggs. Heat win to the local boy Perez, though.
Yeah, and we've got something nice set up for you. A little bit of an international rivalry starting to develop. It's going to be Brian Perez going up against Italo Ferreira in their next matchup. That's something that we saw previous year, and Perez, he got the edge over Italo. Well, Italo's now in the yellow jersey, so it's a totally different year, but that is a match that you're definitely going to want to watch. It's going to be the Random 32 Heat 9, possibly tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see what happens, but I know that heat right there is going to be the loudest. It's going to be the most ruckus. It is going to get rowdy here at Punta Roca when Brian Perez paddles out against Italo Ferreira. So let's talk about what we maybe are going to see tomorrow. The Surfline forecast is in your forecast for right now. So here we go. Surf City El Salvador Pro, Punta Roca. Will it run tomorrow? Well, I'm seeing colors. I'm seeing things happening. Mitch, can you decode what we're looking at right here?
Yeah, well, we've got a south swell in the water right now. Unfortunately for us, it is decreasing throughout the day, which is why we're stopping the event right now. But, you know, we have a lot more coming. Should be expecting some south and some more west in the swell direction, which is really favorable for this place. Next 4 days, Jesse, Saturday looks a bit smaller, but Monday, Tuesday to me could be very fun out there.
Yes, and I think if we can take advantage of the mornings with the glass off conditions that we had the last few days, like we can get a few heats out of the way and, you know, maybe even something building up in the end of the period.
Well, I know one thing. The water's going to be warm, and it's going to be nice and hot and moist in the air. So El Salvador, this place is a swell magnet. I mean, every time I've come here, and I've probably been here a dozen times in the last 5 years, there's always waves. A flat day in El Salvador is head high. It's kind of like that Hawaiian scale they have here. So regardless of when you come, you're going to get surf. El Salvador is absolutely holding. And guess what I'm holding in my hands? Our top 5 for the day.
Ooh.
Are you guys ready for it? I'm ready for it.
I think so.
Brunch is on. Your top 5 moments here in the Corona Cero post show. Let's kick things off with Luana Silva.
Yeah, definitely had a great performance this morning. I thought her wave selection was on point, but really her execution and maneuvers, especially when it came to those set waves, Chris, our current world junior champion at number 5 right here. Surfing, especially with that sunlight in your eyes the entire time. First thing in the morning is never easy. She did it very well, and of course, into the round of 16, looking for her best results so far in 2025.
Yeah, she was looking sharp out there today. So Luana Silva locks in that top 5 spot. With that performance, everybody's stoked, except for the surfer that was eliminated. Now let's go to number 4, Viva Mexico. We're talking about Al Cleland Jr. He went off out there.
Heavy-footed surfer. Like, if you talk about someone that, you know, stands on top of the board and wants to break it in 2 pieces, that's the guy. Like, you can see how much water he can display, and it feels like he's not even trying to push or anything. It's just the heaviness of his foot on top of the board. Guys like Jack Robinson kind of feels the same way, so
yeah.
It's fun to watch, and it's a beautiful style. Going to town. Great effort there for Al, and everyone's stoked for him because he's an amazing surfer.
Yeah, he's looking for a big result. He doesn't seem like the type of guy that worries about mid-season cuts or really anything at all. He is that type of competitor. And here we go. The San Clemente Sawblade was out there for some Punta Roca revenge.
Yeah, A+ on this wave right here, Chris. She had a 5 to back it up. And of course, we're talking about somebody who made 2 finals as a rookie last year in 2024. You know, I thought she was one of the dark horses. Wears number 24 because of her idol, Kobe Bryant. She looked like a Mamba out there this morning, Chris, and looking to replicate that energy in the next few days.
Sawblade moves up and on. And now we talk about Miguel Pupo. Jesse, you've been saying it's all about icy nerves of steel within these heats, and Miguel showed us some of those.
I mean, nothing more to say than being proud of what he did today. Waiting for 12 minutes for a wave. I spoke to him after the heat, and he said, when I saw that section, I knew I had to be sure-footed, and I needed to show that to the judges, and not dependent on just your safe safety to get the 4.9.
And your number 1 here on today's top 5, the king of Salvadorian surfing, the Pink Panther delivers. Brian Perez went out there and went straight to work. 2 big numbers, couple, you know, high-scoring throwaways. It looks like Brian Perez has come to this event to win, Mitch.
And people recognize it now, Chris. I mean, his best surfing ever, I'd have to say. In control of his emotions the entire time. We talked about the wave selection. It's not really necessary, Jesse. It is necessary to perform when the spotlight's on you, though.
For sure. I mean, it's definitely necessary, but I just like those guys can identify the good waves, but just to have the guts to wait for that long, it's so impressive to see a guy that doesn't have that much experience on the jersey, on the CT level, to do it so well. Mostly against someone like, you know, Miguel Pupo that has so much experience.
Yeah, I feel bad for his commute, though. It takes him about 30 seconds to get down to the beach from his house. So, Brian Perez, I'm moving on to potentially big things going up against Italo. If I had a, well, get this. Okay, 6:15 call, so we're going to bed early again. For a potential 6:30 start for tomorrow. You're going to have to tune in to find out what happens. But before then, it's brunch. We're going surfing, so that's why we're going to enjoy a Corona Cero right before. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Set your alarms.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.